Can you guys hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, just checking. Just wanted to make sure. I was like, uh-oh. This thing like crashed on me for a second and then I was able to reconnect. It was weird.
Well, it's not like it's grayed out. It's kind of like it's faded, like something isn't quite right. I've never seen it do this.
What's faded?
Like the whole screen is kind of faded. It's not clear. And it
That
did,
might be on your phone. I'm not having that problem. Just saying. Herk, how you doing, buddy?
Great, thanks. How are you?
Good. How's your screen looking? Everything look good in the room?
Yeah, sounds and looks great.
Okay.
I'm ready to go. I took a nap, so we can go into double overtime if need be.
We'll see, buddy. We'll see how it goes.
uh,
If we got a popularity, we could do it. What, Cat?
I think I'm gonna like close out and come back in.
Yeah, do that. If you need to restart your phone, do that too. That might help. We'll wait. We'll be waiting for
Yeah,
you.
it's cool. All right. Hi, everybody. Bye, everybody. Be back.
So, everything going well out there in LA, Herc? What?
Yeah, it's been a mild summer so far. We haven't had any high 90-degree waves, so I've been tripping out how the world is on fire, but we've had such a wonderful summer and been trying to take advantage of it myself. How has your summer been?
It's been good. We had a bunch of clouds for a while and stuff, which was weird. And it was cloudy, so it was a mild summer here too. But finally, we're getting heat, and now like people are. If there's people complaining about the heat, I'm like, it's sunny, guys. I ain't complaining about this. I'm sick of clouds, so that's
June
where I'm at.
gloom didn't really happen like it usually does over here. We
The what?
usually have like a huge marine layer during June where it's cloudy and muggy kind of, but it didn't happen this year.
Nice. Yeah, we must have got it then. All
Well,
right, we got.
it's 93 right now, and it was 103 earlier.
Well, you're on the east side of the state, so you got the hot weather.
Right.
Plus, it's drier,
Summer.
isn't it? It's drier over there, isn't it, Kat?
Say it again, Jeannie.
The heat is drier. Over here, it's kind of humidity. We get humidity, but you don't get that much humidity, do you?
No, this whole area is considered semi-arid desert.
It's nice over there in some ways. I've been over there. It's hot, and they do get snow in the wintertime, but it's not like it is here where it can just be gray and rainy and in from April through May.
Yeah, it gets pretty cold in the winter and it snows, but the snow, in my opinion, doesn't last anywhere near as long as it does back in good old Nebraska, where you could be in the middle of winter and that snow might be on the ground for a month.
Hey, the judge is in the room. How you doing, Judge?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Awesome. It's good to see you, my brother.
It's good to see each of you. I finally feeling a little bit better today. I've discovered that apparently I'd gotten my medicines mixed up a little bit, and that had me kind of feeling a little bad the last few days.
I'm glad you're doing better. We don't want you being sick, man. That's not you can't do your job being sick.
No, it certainly doesn't help. They have me on two different medicines because they used to have me on one medicine for blood pressure, and that wasn't bringing it down. So it was a combined medicine with two agents in it, and in order to get me to where we needed to be, they split up the medication into two different medications with the same ingredients, and one pill with one ingredient and one pill with the other in different doses, and that got it down to where it needed to be. And apparently what happened was, in my pill queue that I use, I um, ran out of one and didn't realize it at the time that one had run out. And long story short, and it's probably a little bit boring for every one of you to hear it anyway, but I had been taking the one and not the other as it had run out, and I didn't realize it had run out with my daily meds every day. And so for you can imagine, you go for a few days without something that you need, your body kind of gets out of whack, and that's what happened.
I'm glad you're doing better.
Me too.
Hey, Judge, tell us what it was like to meet Mike Pence today.
Well, and I've had several folks have made some funny jabs at me today as well in PMs about it, and they're like, "Oh, you met a traitor, didn't you?" And I'm like, "Oh, shut up, y'all." Anyway, he is a very surprisingly down-to-earth fella, and he was just a very nice guy. But he came to our town today to speak at the county's largest church. And his speech, of course, when you come to that church, you're not allowed to give political speeches. If you're not giving a devotional or Bible-based sermon or type of speech, you are not allowed to speak, even if you're the president of the United States or the vice president or former, whatever. That's just the way it works at that church. And so Ted Cruz came when he was running for president once, and he gave a very rousing speech, which was all about his faith. And it actually, despite some of the things I don't like about Ted Cruz, it made me have a tremendous amount of respect for him. But and they televised that speech, and I anticipate they recorded and will at some point televise this same speech from Mike Pence. But he met with several of our elected officials privately before then, and I was invited to be among that group. We opened that meeting up to the local GOP leadership and faithful members of the local county GOP, and just had a big roundtable session with him. And I came in a little bit earlier than I was supposed to, and found the bomb sweeping dogs, checking and making sure that everything was good, so that he could come and he would be safe, which was kind of neat. But I joked with him. I said, y'all don't do this before I come for a speech.
Yeah, that's awesome, Judge. I'm glad to hear that was good, and that it went well and everything. Jeannie has her hand raised, and then we're gonna go into opening topic. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Against a popular opinion for most Republicans, I like Mike Pence. I like his mild manner, and I just really like him.
Yeah, go ahead.
There, he is a very likable guy, and as he spoke today, I was reminded very much about why I liked the fact that President Trump chose him to be his VP, and why constantly during his service in office, I was so proud that he was our vice president and that Trump had chosen him, because he constantly, even though he wasn't there, and he never once mentioned 2024 or the future or anything about that, and he purposefully avoided any type of mention of it. His focus was solely on us winning in 2022, but he constantly harkened back to our faith, and winning in 2022. And he was extremely upbeat and extremely positive about our chances in 2022 of taking back the House, taking back the Senate, and ultimately in the future, 2024's chances of us winning back the White House, no matter who it is. And he was very, very, he kept saying, no matter who we ultimately have, we will win. He says, we are the perfect setup, just like we were almost a decade ago when the Democrats had all three, House, Senate, and the White House. We've got that perfect storm yet again. And he said, I think this time we're going to do it bigger and we're going to do it better. And it's going to be for a generation this time. I just feel it in my heart and soul. I believe this is an opportunity that God does not want us to squander. And I just felt, I walked away from that meeting today so moved. And I also got to stand beside him in the picture. It was kind of by accident, but side by side in the picture that they did, there was this giant group picture at the end. And but before I knew it, I was grouped right there beside him at the front of the picture. And I looked there and I was like, wait a minute, how did I wind up right beside Mr. Pence when there's all these other people who are a lot shorter than me that could have been up front in here? But at the end of the thing, one of the little ladies that was there with us, she says, I'm so glad you were up front there with him. You can use that on your campaign literature. And I'm like, oh my gosh, one of those moments.
Well, I'm glad that you had that experience and everything. In the future, I have some questions for you, but we won't go there now. I just want to say, well, I'm glad all of you are here. I know we're going to probably get more people in here, but I wanted to bring up we have I have a new opening or a new slogan for the Conservative Political Forum, just because I really want this to be our motto. And so everybody, welcome to the Conservative Political Forum, where everybody has differing political opinions, but we work to find common ground. That is our goal in the Conservative Political Forum, is to find common ground, because if we can't find common ground, we can't work together and to try to have our country be better. So that's that. And I have an opening topic. Traz, I see your hands up, buddy, but can I get back to you on your question later, my friend? If you want to throw something in real quick, you can, but then I want to get right to this.
I just want to quickly say, glad to be back. Sorry I got to miss a month, but yeah, pretty much that's it. Enjoying the show.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'm glad that you visited our state and saw how bad it is out here. So, all right. Opening topic. We're going to talk about Joe Biden for a few minutes. I'm going to talk about Joe Biden later, too. I have a prime story to talk about with gas prices. But for now, I'm going to play about a minute and 10-second clip that I got off of Dan Bongino's podcast today of different things Joe Biden was saying, and we can just tell he is cognitively not there. And I'm going to start out with that clip so that we can go right into talking about what I want to say. Here we go.
This out. The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa. Oh, Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to foot the idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, we haven't been able to communicate it in a way that is, let me say another way. With the nature, not a solid meeting with
In the past 6 months, all of those clips are Joe Biden speaking, and his mind is not there. It is getting worse and worse, and we have a leader in the White House that cannot talk, or when he tries to talk, it just doesn't sound right. And we have got to, we've got to recognize that this leader is not a leader. You know what I mean? We all know that. But I wanted you to give me your opinions on Joe Biden in this opening topic and your thoughts on when he gets up to the mic to speak. Are you embarrassed by what you see? Because sometimes I'm like, oh, great. He's the one that is he's the one that is supposed to be leading our country. And this is how he sounds when he gets up to the microphone. Traz, go ahead.
So, for one thing, yes, I am embarrassed. He is not in the right state of mind. And it doesn't, on the world stage, it makes America look foolish. And people always mention, age. They'll say, oh, well, Trump, he's old too. But he can talk clearly. He had no cognitive sort of issues. I also want to go to a part, he said, America can be defined in one word, and then just, so, or whatever was, oh, my bad. I kind of think in a weird way that was correct. You can't define America in one word. America is so many things. But at the same time, you can't also say that America is a blah, 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 because that's not what it is. It is a distinct idea, if that makes any sense.
Definitely. And, it's embarrassing when he comes up there. And let me just say this. This is on the record being recorded. I would like to say I am not making fun of Joe Biden. He has dementia, you can tell, and I actually am sad for the guy. But it is very embarrassing when he gets to a microphone or when you find out, what did he say today that he messed up with? It's very embarrassing. So, Jeannie, go ahead.
My mother died of dementia this year, and I can see, because I saw my mother a lot. And I talk to her a lot, and it's the same thing. They can't complete a sentence. I'm not diagnosing him, but he definitely has cognitive problems. But, I feel sorry for him because dementia is an ugly thing to go through. I blame everybody around him that who allows him to go out in public and embarrass himself. And it's all on them. It's not on Joe Biden. He doesn't know what he's doing.
Definitely, Jeannie. And I just feel bad for. I feel like people are just rolling him out there, and he just looks bad. I mean, geez, Vibe had his hand up, then Kat, and then Matthew. Go ahead, Vibe.
Okay. Well, I feel super bad for the guy too, because my grandpa had dementia really bad. So, I mean, I get that. But my biggest thing is I don't watch the guy. Like at all. I don't listen to what he has to say or nothing. I don't pay attention to their administration. None of it. It's ridiculous. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Oh, no, yeah, no problem. Thanks for your response, Vibe. And I agree, it's ridiculous. In that clip, that was 1 minute and 10 minutes of 2 minutes and 10 seconds of a clip. And Joe Biden, those were all gas from the last 6 months. So it's pretty awful. Katz, was Katz and then Matthew? Katz?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was me. Is that okay?
Yeah. Katz, go ahead.
Okay. All right.
Your turn.
I will. So I'm sorry that he has whatever he has, whatever neurological impairment he's got going on, but it's pretty clear. I don't feel sorry for him. He, I think, is not so far gone that if he really wanted to, he could fight. I don't mean physically, but he could fight against his handlers and whoever is saying, do this, say this. I think that he could refuse, but he's playing along. And, they all knew that this was going on way back when. They knew it but they knew that he would play the puppet and they used him. And I think he wanted to be the president so bad, and his nasty little wife wanted to be the first lady so bad that they just didn't care. I'm just going to read a short quote of something he said at the debates. And I kind of had an inkling something was going on with him, but when he said that, I just went, whoa, he definitely has something going on. So I'm just going to read it. He said, play the radio, make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, make sure the kids hear words. So when I heard him say that, I was like, okay, hardly anybody in their house plays a radio, and pretty much almost no one, at least at that time, had a record player or played one. I mean, that's when you have people with Alzheimer's, or some form of dementia, they're going back to a previous time, and that's exactly what he was doing. And I just went, oh my word. Anyway, that's all.
Well, thanks, Katz, for that. Yeah, we can tell. I mean, we can just tell that he's doesn't sound good. Matthew, go ahead.
Hey there. Actually, I do have a turntable, but I'm kind of a hipster audiophile wannabe, so that's why I have a turntable. But yeah, point taken that, yeah, most people don't and haven't for a long time. But yeah, to kind of piggyback onto what Katz was kind of saying there at the end, it's by design, because obviously cognitive decline doesn't just happen over the span of a few months. It's gradual. It's known. It's to me almost like a form of elder abuse, because his wife and close and family obviously knew when he was running that he wasn't in the mental, he was in decline, and it would only get worse, and we're seeing that. But it's really whoa, okay, I don't know what that was.
We remove him as a speaker. He's trolling.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So,
I'm not putting up with that. Go ahead,
nope.
Matthew.
Sorry. Okay. So, but I think it goes beyond just the immediate family. I think the power players in the DNC and the Democratic Party, wanted a guy because they're the ones really running the show. And there's a great interview from a few years ago, and I'm going to paraphrase it because I don't know the quotes, but it was an interview with Obama, and they were he was kind of reflecting on, now that he was quote retired, and what would be the ideal, being president where you're not constantly under the lights and the media scrutiny, whatever. And he kind of was jokingly and said, it would be just great if like you could be president from like your basement, but like be like behind the scenes and have somebody like up front and center that was, under all that the media and the scrutiny and what, but you behind the scenes down in the basement were the one kind of pulling the levers. And I found that interview so telling, and I more and more believe that's exactly what's really happening. Maybe not some singular guy in a basement, kind of like, the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, but there's a group or a junta of people that are really doing the messaging, and then all his young woke staffers and whatever kind of then just take the marching orders and put it into words and spin. We use the term gaslighting a lot, but this really is the ultimate gaslight, because we see what goes on every time he talks, and we're just supposed to pretend, oh, that's just totally normal, and at some point they're not going to be able to hide it anymore.
Definitely, I agree. It's getting worse and worse and worse. Neo, and then I'm going to call on Mar, and then Traz, and you guys will close it out. So anybody else that raises their hands, I'm sorry, but Katz, we'll go on to the next segment. So go ahead.
No, and Matthew, I agree with what you're saying, and here's the thing though, is that it bugs me. Okay, you can't be president of the United States till you're 35 of age. I mean, I'm definitely for term limits and stuff like that. And I know Trump's not that much younger than Biden is, but it's like, at what point do we sit there and say, like, old people shouldn't be running this country? There's that point. My only second point that I want to like end with is that, is Kamala better? I mean, I swear, I think she might be worse than Biden, honestly. I mean, and Biden's bad. Don't get me wrong. He's just a bumbling idiot, and everybody has been a resounding, everybody keeps saying they feel bad for the old guy. I don't personally, because I don't like him. But I mean, I think Kamala might actually be worse because she's younger and should be able to speak into a microphone and make some kind of points. She doesn't. She sucks, man. And so I don't know if, who's worse? Somebody please answer that for me.
No, they're both bad, Neo. They're both bad. I've played clips before of her just sounding really awful when she's at a microphone. Maybe next week or so I'll find a clip of that. Or maybe she'll do something in between the next week that I can play a clip next week on. We'll find out. But yeah, no, she's not good either. Mar, go ahead.
No, she's not better. I'm just going to say that. She's ridiculous. I've been watching her for a couple of years now, and that woman is just, wow. I can't believe that she's the best woman that they could come up with. But back to Joe Biden. I agree. Who said that? I can't think right now. But anyway, I don't listen to him either. I can't stand to hear him talk. He drives me up the wall. I don't like anything he represents. But what concerns me more than his speaking, or lack of speaking, I should say, is that how, as a wife, does she put up with that? Like, I could never understand how she could sit by and watch her husband get on national TV and look like a blithering idiot. And he's supposed to be the president of the United States. And so this is who's representing our country, and she's allowing this to happen. So I have a little bit of animosity towards his wife, because it's like, wow, dude, you need to get him off the stage and not do this, because this is abusive. I firmly believe it's abusive. And then part of me wonders, like, and this is just the little thing in the back of my head, I wonder if some of it's just like, is he really that bad off and they're just portraying him because things are about to come down legally with his son and everything, and this could be the cop out that he needs to be like, well, I have dementia and he's not cognitive enough to stand trial because he's declining. And so I wonder if this is kind of a setup too. So, and that's just me and my little crazy brain, but yeah, I have to say that this whole thing is just nuts.
Yeah, definitely. No, I agree. And that's why I played that clip of him so you guys could hear it. It was really bad. And Traz spoke well. The saying what America can be defined in is a line that just makes me sad that he's up there speaking and he can't even get the words out to say it, whatever he said or whatever he was trying to say. Traz, go ahead and close this out, my friend. And then we got to go on to the next segment.
Thank you. So I want to harken back. I think it was Neo who said, talking about Kamala. I see with Biden, it's just the top brass of the DNC that's kind of dictating what he does. But with Kamala would have an agenda. Kamala actually is cognizant, even if not very smart, still cognizant, and represents the woke wing of the party. So that is I would rather have to finish out Biden's term instead of pleading the 25th and getting Kamala in, because Kamala will push, like, it will be a lot quicker with Kamala. Right now, they're just trying to hold on. But with Kamala, they will push, and push. So that's my main line of thinking. I think it's better to not try to upset things too much until we can recover a majority in 22 or 24.
Thank you, Traz. I totally agree, bro, and thank you for your comments. Herk, can you check people's profiles, Herk, and remove? I don't understand that, but Herk, if you can check people's profiles, and that's annoying. Anyways, we'll go on to the next segment, which is education.
Can you kick this guy?
Yeah, he's been kicked. I don't know why he keeps coming back in here and trying to do that. All right. So, Katz, would you please go through the guidelines before we go on to the next to your education, and and then we'll go right into education.
All right. I'll be glad to. Welcome, everyone. Looks like a couple new people. Awesome. So glad to have you here. So these are our guidelines. We are freedom thinkers here in the Conservative Political Forum. We believe in and value our constitutional rights. We recognize that even amongst ourselves, we're going to have varied opinions. This forum is a safe place for everybody. We don't tolerate personal attacks, and we don't do raised voices. We if someone has their mic on, please turn it off.
It's off now, I think.
Thank you. We ask that you are considerate persons who prefer not to hear profanity. This space is recorded. People may listen to it later with children nearby and don't wish to hear that. Please be self-aware of your mic time.
Cunt,
We
faggot,
want to
slut,
make
piece
sure.
of shit, cunt, faggot, piece of shit, cunt, slut, bitch. Faggot,
Dude, who's the one?
fuck,
Who's the one talking? Oh, that guy.
It's a sassy Char.
We'll remove him.
Kick.
Yeah, he's
Wait.
kicked.
All right. We don't tolerate that garbage. So if you're in the room and you're planning on having what you may deem a little fun like that, just never mind and scoot yourself right out.
Oh, I'll scoot him out. I'm not putting up with that.
I have to pay blocked because he always comes in and does that, and he's not a conservative, I don't think. And if he is, he shouldn't be coming in trolling.
Exactly. I'm with you, Judge.
No, thank you. I'll go on. Please be self-aware of your mic time. We want to make sure everyone who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to do that. So we're going to go right into our segment called Reducation. This is not a very long segment. It is our weekly segment designed to provide education via point, counterpoint with each other on topics that are important to many Americans. These topics can be emotionally charged. All the forum guidelines, which I just mentioned, are in place for this segment. We expect our speakers to remain civil. If you have a mic, you'll have a chance to respond. Raise your hand. I will call on you. And because, again, it is a short segment, it's only 30 minutes, do keep your answers as concise as you can. Try to limit it to not more than 2 minutes, okay? So this week's topic is media brainwashing. Is media brainwashing a real thing? Does it really happen? Who does it happen to? Who's doing it? Does it come from the government? Is the government telling the mainstream media what to say? And through the course of repetition of certain things, propaganda, are they actually brainwashing people? Does it happen on the right as well with the few right-wing media sources that exist? Or is it just primarily the left? What kind of person can be brainwashed? Do you know someone that you feel is brainwashed? So that's what we're going to talk about in our Reducation segment tonight. And Neo, it looks like you are good to go, buddy.
Oh yeah, I get to go first. To answer your question, absolutely, I believe it is, and I'm only going to say that just because I am definitely one of those people that have been brainwashed. I have. I didn't get into politics. I think Kat, you even talked about this. That it wasn't until Trump's presidency before I actually got involved in seeing what's going on, because I would watch your Steve Colbert, or you just name anybody, Jimmy Kimmel, whoever. And I would watch those late night shows and laugh, and I'd be like, what has everybody got against this Trump guy? Because I was hesitant when I voted for him, because I wasn't going to vote for Hillary, but I was hesitant and I just wasn't into politics. And so I found myself in that first probably year of his presidency being brainwashed about all these mean tweets and all this stuff. And it wasn't until I got involved with Twitter, until I would take an hour a night to watch Don Lemon or Rachel Maddow or something like that, and I just saw the pure hatred, and I said, "What is really going on here?" So I was definitely brainwashed, and so I'm guilty of being that person. It wasn't until I started to, I'm not gonna say go woke, I'm gonna wake up and say like, what is really going on here? So I believe there's a lot of people that I thought I was doing my civil duty by like watching an hour of news, and then I consider myself informed. But most people don't have a lot of time to put into politics and stuff. So once I started to become more educated about it and like what was really going on, really I started to wake up. So to answer your question, yes, I think there are so many people that are brainwashed. I mean, they think somebody like me hates gay people or hates whatever black people. I'm white supremacist. I have white privilege. I mean, it's all just brainwashing. It truly is. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Thanks for leading us off on that, Neo. Appreciate your thoughts and agree with you as well. Now, a whole bunch of hands went up at almost the same time. I saw them like fly up. So honestly, I'm not really sure
So
who was next.
just do an order since everybody's talking fast in this. Just go Vibe, Traz, Mar, Matthew, and Kelly.
Okay, and remember, everybody, it's a short segment, so try to be concise in your thoughts and limit it so that we can all get in there. All right, go right ahead, please.
Okay, so I'll keep this short. So the brainwashing through the television's been happening for a very long time. And they got a lot of people brainwashed. Neo, I think that's how you say your name. You woke up. You woke up, my brother. That's a good thing, by the way. And so look into who owns these media companies, and that will answer all of your questions. Do your research. That's that's it. You do that, you'll understand why these media companies do what they do. Right there, 100%. And you could even go a little bit deeper if you want to, but that's it. Thank you.
And I have Vibe. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you have, buddy, and that's a good thing. There's a lot more of those people than I think we realize. So just it's a good thing.
Yeah, Vibe, like you say, it's kind of like follow the money to who's the leader of the pack, so to speak. Thank you, Vibe.
You going on to the next cat?
Yeah.
Mar?
Okay, so I do believe there's brainwashing going on. I think the media has been doing it for a long time. I think it can go on both sides. As Neil said, I was into politics, but I really didn't get into it until the 2016 election. I was Democrat for a long time, and I will say that I believe how the media brainwashes and the politicians brainwash. It's trauma based. I believe they, like, for instance, I was a victim of domestic violence, and my ex beat the crap out of me and told me how terrible I was for many years, and I actually believed that because you're told you're no good for so long, and then eventually you believe it. Well, once I broke free of that and started understanding I'm a child of God and started listening to what God has to say about me, my whole views changed. So much like politics, I believe they use traumatic storylines and then they just keep repeating the same thing over and over again. And repetition gets in your brain. That's how you learn. I think it's like 23 times a repetition that you commit to memory. So if you repeat something long enough, as in the sense of domestic violence, you repeat it long enough, it gets in your brain and then you start to believe it, and you really can't separate the truth from the lie anymore because it's been hammered into your head for so long that eventually it's your truth now because it's been told to you over and over again. So my firm belief is those that are believing that have undergone some kind of trauma or are just affected by, for instance, a school shooting, and it traumatizes them, and then they just are listening to, oh, guns are bad, and this is bad, and it eventually becomes their reality. And I feel that act of repetition it builds up and confirms that belief because they keep repeating it over and over again. And I do believe it's bought and paid for by the government or certain people of power, and they want us to be traumatized. It's like that movie, if you've ever seen that movie They Live, it's kind of an example of what they do. They just kept putting these things, subliminals, in your brain, and messages, and the same repetitive messages that keeps you, entranced to where you don't break free. And then once you break free, it's kind of like when you're not a Christian, and then and you have doubts, and then all of a sudden you become Christian and you realize who God was. You can't ever go back to not knowing. Now you can see everything, and I kind of equate it to that.
Well, and you have a good point that some of it does stem from or people who are easily victimized have great anxiety. So if you think about it, when the pandemic started and people all of a sudden were like, oh my gosh, we've got this worldwide spread of this killer disease. People are dropping like flies. And then they had the lockdown. So then you compound that anxiety with people who couldn't work. It's like, well, how am I going to pay my bills? I can't work because I can't go to work. My job doesn't allow me to work remote, so you add that to the mix, and then what happens? The government comes along and potentially dictates to the media and what they're going to say to convince you, and you're so freaked out you're just going to believe every word that comes out of their mouths. I think, was it Matthew that was next?
Yeah, there are so many angles you can approach this topic on, and I've already heard some great things. The two ones I'll do quickly is when they've done polling of newsrooms, and when I say, that can be print, that can be internet, that can be TV, obviously, and the ones that quote build themselves as just straight news, whatever. I'm not talking about like the Pod Save America people or crap like that. It's usually upwards of 85, 90% or even higher are registered Democrats. They vote Democrat. And it's the same, close to the same numbers of, when they donate politically, they donate to Democratic candidates, Democratic PACs. So you don't have 50-50 balance, not even close, in a newsroom where you could get different perspectives. So you got a lot of groupthink going on. The other angle I'll bring up, and I don't know how long this phenomena has been going on, but I know it's been at least a good decade, if not longer. A lot of you're seeing more and more schools of journalism at the university level where they teach a thing called public journalism. And what that is where it's your responsibility as a journalist to, quote, be the voice for people in your story or the subject you're covering. You're not just there to cover the story and present it, and then it's up to us, the viewer or listener, to create our own opinion of what we heard. Where, in other words, you as a journalist are also there to advocate, to be an activist. And that's why you see so much stuff now that really isn't news. It's opinion and activism disguised. It's why they'll reach out to a corporation to ask their take on a news topic or something happening politically. Well, they're trying to do activism there to get the company to take a public stand on something that really, why do I care what Starbucks or Walmart or anybody thinks on a particular political issue? They're trying to force them into taking a position.
Yeah, and what you said kind of brought something to mind. It's like, okay, when did the news delivery switch from being one guy sitting at a desk reading the news to being somebody sits at a desk and they say a little bit about a particular topic, and then they got to have all these other people chime in and say the same garbage again? It's like, okay, is that some way to work this groupthink angle? Because it's like, not only do you got one guy saying it, you got like two or three others. at the same time. Go ahead, Texas.
Thank you. So I can't say with or without certainty that there's necessarily brainwashing going on, but I think the main culprit here is the de-evolution of journalism and of the news media. They they have gone from what was originally an altruistic purpose of informing people to now instead either picking a side, trying to influence people, and trying to essentially control the narrative. Now, I don't know if the government's involved, and I can't say for sure. In my heart, in my brain, leans towards the government having some sort of control or at least input. But I feel like this isn't more a brainwashing issue. It's just more so they're taking advantage of common American citizens. Most people are not politically active. At least for the longest time, they were not. Most people, they'd watch news and they would, that's how they would get their, daily sort of, I guess, information. But now politics is always at the forefront of the news. You don't hear it is politics, politics, politics shoved down people's throat. You don't hear anything else anymore because that's all they want you to care about. They want to get you angry. They want to put you against another person and say, this person is your enemy and you need to fund, give us money, go out and protest because we don't like this person. They just that's my main sort of that's what I have my take on this.
Yeah, it's definitely politicized, and that's sad. Hey, Jason, I see you got your hand up. I'm interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, thank you. I would say somebody brought up to me the in Germany during Hitler's time, they used the media to support him and they would scare you. So the media was used to brainwash back during Hitler's time too, and was not good. And they would, obviously you lived in fear during that time. So I just wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah, and I actually was thinking about the pre-World War II because it makes you wonder, how did Hitler make the German people, just the regular citizens, start to hate the Jews when the Jews were their neighbors, the Jews were their friends. They loved the Jews. And then all of a sudden, almost all of them believed, like the Nazis, that the Jews were not even human. They were like the filthiest animals that you basically wanted to squash. It's like, how the heck did that happen? Mar, please go ahead.
Another take of that, you kind of just triggered something in my brain. I always wondered too, because I'm Christian, I always wondered about the end days and the mark, like how would that happen? Well, now we kind of got a good idea how that would happen. But one of my things about the media is like, what I can't understand is I grew up in a time where you had investigative reporting. Like if you had for instance, when Joe Biden ran, and I think it was in the 80s, he lied about his college education and a few other things, and then he had to drop his presidential race because he plagiarized. And the reporters went after that. The reporters used to like hunt down stories and get to the facts. And especially with all this COVID fiasco, it's like it's I can't wrap my brain around how the media just keeps pushing a false narrative, and nobody's brave enough anymore to like debunk the story and be like, hey, you know what, that's not actually accurate. This is how it really is, and this is your immune system, and all this other information that can help us other than getting a shot. And it's the media just keeps pressing this negativity, and it just boggles my brain that they don't try to go after that investigative reporting, or they lack the ability to formulate use their own opinions to sway us. Like it used to be just, hey, there was a bombing out in a certain city, and they would give details. Now they give their opinion and who they think did it, and they're already condemning people and blah blah blah. For instance, January 6th, it's like, and then they push this message out, and it makes us hate another. Well, I don't, because I'm part of the thing, but it makes the other group hate us more. And it's like, I don't understand how come nobody is brave enough to speak out against it. It's just bizarre to me.
Yeah, and actually, Kyle Rittenhouse was another good example of that because even Biden convicted him in front of the whole country before the guy was even tried. I mean, my Democrat friend on Facebook still says he's a murderer. It's just like, what in the world is going on? Jeannie.
I just want to say about Hitler in Germany. Um, the people that fought for Hitler did it under duress. A lot of them did because it was either you do this or we're going to kill you or we're going to kill your family. So it wasn't like they were for it, but they wanted to save their families. So I kind of get how people can do that. And I also wanted to mention that just yesterday, the way that the news media portrayed the squad people getting detained, ABC News showed them, from a frontal view that makes them look like they're handcuffed when they weren't, and all the jokes about the invisible handcuffs, but that's how they do it. A picture's worth 1,000 words, and they didn't show her with her fist raised, showing that um, she wasn't handcuffed, but it's all in perception, and I just and people buy that hook, line, and sinker.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there's two instances of media altering things in recent times. There was that one instance of the girl who was going to stab the other girl in the pink outfit. And I can't remember where it was. And one of the media outlets altered the video to kind of hide the knife. And then later they show the knife on the ground and they really emphasize the knife on the ground. And then there was one about the young kid evading the cops in a dark alley in the middle of the night, and he had a gun. And this media outlet tried to falsify the video so that it looked like he didn't have a gun, so that it was like bad, evil cops shot this sweet little kid. Not, hey, Herk, I'm interested in what you have to say.
Hey, Katz. I want to say that I really believe that we are being brainwashed actively by the corporate media giants. 90% of what we see, read, and hear is controlled by 6 giant conglomerates. And it also ties into our schooling, public schooling. And a good antidote would be to have more public broadcasting, of course. And as far as going back to the origins of when media really became a more vapid partisan unit. In the 80s, Ronnie Reagan and his cohorts in our corporatist Congress decided that they wanted to have low standards for the media, and only one side needed to be presented, and they were able to attract Murdoch, and that led to our partisan news channels now like BSNBC. And it really also began to go downhill during the Monica Lewinsky scandal, and media saw that there was a lot of money to be made in salacious political events like that. And believe it or not, before then, Bush Sr. would have prostitutes come to the White House, allegedly on a regular basis, and the media was cool about it. And the media used to be very protective of their presidents, like FDR. They kept it quiet that he was in a wheelchair because they were worried that it would hurt the morale of the country. So yeah, our media now allegedly plans our heroes' rise and their destruction, sometimes within a week of time. Uh, they're vastly manipulative, and they're smarter than we think. How you like that?
Yeah, good good points, Herc. Thank you so much for contributing. Always excellent. I try to read pending bills, and sometimes they're pretty dang long. But the reason I read them is mostly because I know there's a lot of hidden pork, and I'm trying to find out what's really going on with this bill, because the news doesn't tell you, and the politicians don't tell you. So I was reading the one that was 2,800 pages, and I got like 2/3 of the way done. It might have been the Build Back Better. Unfortunately, it's probably been about 6 months or so, and I don't remember. But I'm going to tell you that buried deep inside that bill was money for the media. And I came to that and I'm like, okay, why? Why does the government need to give money to the media? It just seemed like a payoff to me. I don't know what anyone else thinks about that. All right, we got a couple minutes left. Someone else must have an opinion, a different opinion on this.
I just
Kelli?
wanted to follow up what you said, Katz. I had a socialist author who read that bill come in my space, and he said there was all kinds of corporatist nonsense hidden in the Build Back Better bill. Believe it or not, they want to build a base in Afghanistan and Burma and Taiwan. And Burma is because of our rubber interests, and Taiwan, well, that could be a manipulative ploy to start a proxy war if they wanted to. And Afghanistan makes no sense. But yeah, the American people aren't told the details of things because we'd be outraged. Instead, we're distracted by what they want us to see. There's a reason it's called programming. Mamacita, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that you said the war thing. So I kind of want to follow up with just a quick thing. Is anyone ever see the movie Wag the Dog? It was a movie about the president having an affair, and they were trying to keep that out of the news. So they created this whole fake war with the whole production and everything, rather than letting that story get out. So they kept playing that fake war over and over again, and the story did break, but nobody really paid attention because they had the country focused on the war. Well, once everything blew over, the production disbanded, and of course everybody that was involved in the production was killed in the movie. But it just kind of reminds me of what's going on now, how they keep you distracted. Something similar to what that movie portrayed, and it's kind of freaky how fiction comes to reality in a way. So it's like we're in our own movie half the time.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And of course, they're always giving the going back to that 1984 movie. It's like strange how a lot of that seems to be playing out. Hey Jason, we got 1 minute left, and you know what? I forgot to ask that fun little question I wanted to ask. Are you okay if I do that?
Yeah, go ahead and ask it, but yeah, let's keep it short.
Yeah. Mar, it looks like your speaker might be on, but maybe I'm just lagged. I don't know.
It's not on.
All right, thanks. So I got this quick little question for everybody, and the way that I want you to answer it affirmatively is just by raising your hand. So the question is, let's say I was having a text message conversation with you, and in the course of this text message conversation, I typed the letters TEE space HEE. So raise your hands if you know what that means. Four people. Okay, I'm just going to randomly call on somebody. Jeannie, what does it mean?
Tee to me means someone's kind of smirky laughing.
Bingo.
All right, you got your question out, Katz.
But can't I explain why I'm asking it? Come on.
Don't make fun of anybody now. Go ahead.
I'm not. So I'm texting with Jason, and I've been texting with him for quite a while, and I've done this with him before where I would type tee hee. And this went on for a while, like weeks. And finally he goes, what is this? What are you saying? And I go, what? And then he typed it out. I go, tee hee. He didn't know what it meant. I just thought that was funny as could be. I'm
Well, I'd
sorry.
like to know if your man knows. I'd like to know if your man knows what it means because, you know, we're just texting show stuff, and she would have a joke and go tee hee, and I'm like, I don't know what this means, but okay, it was funny.
Yeah, well, he knows what it means, and I asked his mom too. I said, "What does this mean?" And she knew. I just thought it was funny and kind of cute. That's all. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks
it looks
for
like half the room didn't know with me, so I win half the prize, right?
Man.
All right, I'll give you that.
Okay.
Thanks everyone for participating in the Reducation. Excellent participation. Excellent thoughts. We didn't really have too much counter, but that's okay. We had a lot of different views and aspects of that topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Katz. Before we do the guidelines, we're going to go into headlines in a second. At the overtime hour, Herk's got something he knows I'm very nervous about, but I trust him. I trust him. So we're going to go with it. And I, you know, I wouldn't, my trust level is to be careful that we have a safe place for everybody. As you know, we have our new slogan, to have a good place for people to try to come to common ground. But Herk, you're awesome, bro. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for jumping in and being a co-host regularly with us. We really love having you. Katz, go ahead and give the guidelines, and we're going to go into headlines.
All righty, that I can do. Let me open those bad boys up. All right, everyone, welcome to the Political Conservative Forum. We are freedom thinkers here. We believe in and value our constitutional rights. We recognize that even amongst ourselves, we can definitely have varied opinions. That's okay. This forum is a safe place for everyone. We don't tolerate personal attacks, raised voices, and trolls. And we do ask that you are considerate of persons who prefer not to hear profanity. The space is recorded. Some people may listen to it later on with children in the room. Please be self-aware of your mic time. We want to make sure everyone who wants to contribute to a particular topic is able to. And take it away with your headlines, Jason.
Well, before I do headlines, I want to do some things that we're proud about with our show. Just so you guys know, we record this space, but we're not just recording it so that it's on Twitter Spaces. We are on Rumble and we are on YouTube. So the show usually come on by Friday. You'll be able to hear Wednesday's episode on Rumble and on YouTube. We have a great team, and we're working hard to keep everything going. So you totally can listen to us if you miss us on Rumble and YouTube. If you can't find us on the Twitter, if you don't want to listen through the Twitter app, that's fine. We're there as well. Also, you can email the show. You can email the show at the Conservative Political Forum at gmail.com with your questions or, you know, anything you have a question about. We would love to have you, answer your questions. We are getting bigger. Last week we had the most people we ever had pass through the forum. And I want you all to know that we are honored that you guys are here. We're here to give the news. We're here to have fun, and we're here to just have a blast. So thank you guys very much. Once again, we're just glad you're here. Before I go to Katz, before I go into headlines, Earl Smith said he knew what tee means. He just didn't raise his hand because he didn't know how. So Earl, I got you, buddy. One more for Katz down there. Earl,
Good job,
thanks, Earl.
Good job, Earl.
Yeah. All right, here we go to headlines. We're going to go to headlines now, and I've got a headline we're actually going to go specifically into. I'm going to go over some headlines. If we get a chance to talk about those later, we can. But as of right now, we are going to talk about, I have a specific headline and a clip that we're going to listen to before we talk about it, but let's go into headlines. I have a scripture for you guys this week. I do a scripture every week right before headlines. The scripture is out of, where's that? Okay, 1 John 1:7. It says, "But if we walk in the light, as he himself is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Jesus, his son, cleanses us from sin." So hopefully that scripture can help one of you guys this week. That is for you guys. All right, on to headlines. Here we go. So if you were wondering about the war in Ukraine, Putin is facing another situation, a second war, as the Chechens threaten a new offensive. This time they're threatening to go into Russia. It says here, Russian President Vladimir Putin could be facing another war, this time on his own turf, as one Chechen battalion prepares a second offensive against Moscow, a spokesman for the volunteer fighting force in Ukraine said. So the Russian could start dealing with a war themselves on their turf. So that's kind of interesting. All right. So we've been talking about Biden, and I want to say that Joe Biden had another gaffe that if we want to talk about later, we can. Biden said today in a speech, he said he has cancer during a speech in Massachusetts. This was his direct quote. He said this: "This is why I and so damn many other people grew up with and have cancer." So he's saying so many people he grew up with had cancer, and why the longest time Delaware, where he's from, had the highest cancer rate in the nation, he said. So basically today, trending on Twitter was Biden has cancer for a while, and there were some people that were all sad and heard about people saying that, and why are Christians making fun of Joe Biden, and just weird stuff going on. All right. A couple years ago, we had an autonomous zone in Seattle, if you heard about it, where 6-7 blocks of Seattle was blocked off by criminal thugs. And it says here, the family of one of the victims that was shot to death in Seattle's autonomous zone files a claim against the city. A new tort claims filed this past Monday. The city of Seattle alleges that the city, county, and state leadership failed to provide medical, police, and emergency services inside the 2020 Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. According to the claim, if they had, 16-year-old Antonio Mays Jr. might still be alive. So there's still lawsuits going on about that, but there were 2 people killed in that autonomous zone during that 3 weeks where the city was just taken over by the Antifa and those thugs. All right, on to this one. So I'm going to read this headline. Then I'm going to play a quote from the Dan Bongino podcast today about gas prices. I've had a lot of liberals tell me, oh, no, Biden's trying to help the gas prices. Biden's trying to do what he can. He is not. He is cutting off oil and leases wherever he can. He's trying to keep us from getting it. Why? Because he wants us to hurt, so we have to buy electric cars and stuff. We talked about some of that stuff last week, but this is a long-haul trucker. Her name is Deb Labrie. When she sets out to do a long delivery on the road, she delivers pharmaceuticals, she has strategies to hold down costs. She avoids the West Coast and the Northeast, where diesel prices are the highest. She organizes her delivery routes to minimize the deadheading, driving an empty truck in between deliveries. That's what deadheading is. As if if the customer's load is too far away or they can't pay more for fuel, she has to turn them down. She says, it breaks my heart because either I have to say, no, I can't afford to, or I can, but you're going to have to pay some of my fuel to get me there. Labrie said, I hate doing both of those things because it's not the customer's fault. It's not our fault. So that is the headline we're going to talk about today is gas prices. That's the one I want to jump into. So Herc, will you keep an eye on raised hands once this is done? Here we go, though. I have a clip I want you to hear. This is a 2-minute long clip, so I know it's a little bit longer of a clip, but I really want you to hear what is going on and what the Biden administration is doing. So please bear with me as you listen to this clip from Dan Bongino's podcast today.
Here's what it would do, this climate emergency. Here's what they're talking about. They're talking about dumping existing oil and gas leases, not future ones that haven't happened yet, canceling leases that haven't been. They're talking about canceling existing leases here from the Journal. Stop oil and gas drilling in the outer continental shelf. Mr. Biden has already imposed a de facto moratorium on new offshore leases, okay? But progressives want Biden to suspend existing leases. Listen to this. This would reduce U.S. oil and gas production by about 1.8 million barrels a day, about 2 to 3 times as much as Russian output has declined owing to Western sanction. Folks, you want it rationing, people freezing to death, $6 and $7 permanent oil and gas prices at the gas pump, businesses being rationed, not being able to produce the materials we need to survive. Tell me again, please, I'm begging you. I'm begging you on bended knee, begging you, please tell me they're not doing this deliberately. This is the first president we've had in modern United States history openly, not even hiding it anymore, openly committed to destroying the United States in the remaining time he has left.
All right. So Biden is the current leases he is cutting off. He is trying to make gas prices ridiculously high. They're using their own excuse. They're trying to say, no, we're trying to help. But now he's trying to take away current oil and gas leases. So I want to jump into this headline because this really astonished me today. I'm sick of the excuse from liberals that Biden is actually trying to help gas prices when he's not doing it. So Herc, whose hand was first, buddy?
I'm not sure. I think it was Kelli.
Go ahead, Kelli.
Well, he's definitely wanting to spike the gas prices. He's taking credit for the gas prices going down a smidge. But nobody's driving anywhere. I only leave my house one day a week if I can help it. So, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. So, it's not necessarily that he's doing anything. It's that nobody else is doing anything. So that's why, the demand is going down because we can't afford it, which is why the prices are going down. But he's found out we'll just not drive. So he's going to do more damage than he's already done and put us in a complete economic collapse.
Yeah. And I think, taking away current leases, the excuse I get from liberals all the time is, no, he's not trying to do that. Look, we have current leases he can do. That's a fact what he's trying to do. Dan Bongino read that from it was not a conservative site. He gets most of his articles from liberal sites. He's very good at reading his, studying up on what he's got and stuff and going over that. So I just, it's weird. Let's go, Herc. I'll just go with Jeannie. Go ahead, Jeannie.
To take away existing leases is just ridiculous. Come fall and winter when people need, oil to heat their homes and natural gas, he's not helping anybody. And all it's going to take for a few people to freeze to death because they can't afford the price to heat their home, and it's going to slap them in the face.
Definitely, I agree. It's pretty bad, and I just, and so the excuse that he's not doing that, that's what drives me nuts, Jeannie. And I thank you for sharing. Let's go with Ron next. Go ahead, Ron.
Hey, brother, how are you? I'm so glad to see you here and all my other brothers and sisters in this space. Like, literally, I had to follow one new person in this place, and that is becoming more and more frequent. People forget what Biden's been about his entire time in Congress and this presidency. It's been about dumbing down America and thinking we're stupid. Now he's to the point in his older age where it is almost sad to see it happen, but he certainly has to remember canceling the Keystone Pipeline on his first day with a pen in the Oval Office. He certainly has to remember canceling leases the very first day in office. He certainly has to remember all of the promises he made during the campaign and fulfilling them on the first day within hours after taking the oath that he canceled leases, drilling, fracking, and everything else that has brought this economy in the United States of America from its greatest position in history to now its worst in generations. This guy is either being led harder for me to believe, I'm sorry, because I just don't think he's capable, is doing it on his own. I don't think he's capable, but I don't know what they got next. They got nothing in the bullpen. They've got nothing. They've got no one. And thank you, brother. Much love and understanding, Jay.
Well, thank you, Ron. Appreciate it. And yes, I don't think it's just obviously we know it's not Biden doing it. We know that he's got his administration, whoever's running the Biden puppet master is trying to cut off this stuff too. I mean, they all have the same talking points: electric cars, electric cars, electric cars. And that's not going to work, So thank you, Ron. Mar, go ahead.
Yeah, this whole gas thing is ridiculous to me. So, I haven't forgotten that we were energy independent when the day he took over as the supposed president of this country. And as mentioned already, that he canceled that lease on day one and started driving up the prices for everything from gas to food to everything else. And he is hell bent on destroying our country inside out, and it's painful to watch. And I mean, here in Washington, down by my house, gas got to $5.65, and so now it's under. If you pay with cash, it's $4.99, and if not, it's $5.09. And then I see people saying that the prices are going down, and we should thank Biden. No, I'm sorry, you can't thank somebody who created this mess. It's like you can't hit somebody and then give them a Band-Aid after, and that's basically what he's trying to do, is give us a Band-Aid after he just punched us all with these prices. And people have short-term memory because, like, dude, gas was $2 when he took office, and it's like now to have it up to almost $6 is just unthinkable to me. In some places it's higher, and this is totally, there's an agenda to this, and it's just ridiculous to me that nobody can see it. Because and if prices also go down because supply and demand issue, people can't go anywhere, so you have no choice but to make it go down in certain instances because people can't afford to buy gas. Like, I saw a post the other day where somebody only went in to buy 1 gallon of gas, which was $5 and something, and that broke my heart. People are only buying a gallon of gas, and I never in my life thought I would see this. And I remember when we did have an actual gas shortage where you could only go in every other day. I was a kid, and you can only go in every other day to get gas or something to that effect by your license plate or something, odd and even days. Anyways, and there was a true gas shortage, and it's like somebody only could buy 1 gallon of gas, and that shouldn't happen in this country when we have oil reserves that he's giving away, by the way. And It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand how people are tolerating this and allowing this to go on.
And I think there will be some people that there will be some responses once the House and the Senate are taken back by the Republicans, because they're really hurting Americans. I mean, before Biden took over, even in this area that we're in, gas was like, it was still pretty high because we have high gas taxes in Washington State, but it was like almost $3. I could live with that. I could fill up my work van for $65. Now it's like $152 to fill up. I mean, that is a good thing it's not me having to pay for that. My work pays for it because I do a bunch of deliveries for them. But even my own personal car is almost $100 to fill up. That's ridiculous. It was never that way. I have a small car. It's not a truck. It's not like what Neo drives, a big truck. So
what? No. I drive a Chevy Sonic, 40 miles a gallon.
I'm just messing with you, dude. I just had to call you out.
Loves.
All right, Matthew, thank you for your patience, bro.
Yeah. The leases is just the first step. If you want to drill, you got to get permits to do it. And there hasn't been a new refinery built in forever in this country. For an oil company to actually start drilling, it takes years before that's a lot of investment by the oil company before that even pays off. And so when there's an administration, there's a vilification of the oil companies. They're not gonna invest in any type of drilling or building refineries. So this is going to take a long time to turn around, if it ever does turn around. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there. I don't know what the immediate solution is, but until people understand, and I'm not saying people in this room, but the media and politicians understand that it takes a big investment for an oil company. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
Well, and I know that people don't understand or they're frustrated right now. I'll tell you one thing that would change this immediately. And it is if Biden said now we're going to stop hampering oil drilling in this country, that would change. Gas would start going down. But they're not going to do that because nobody likes Biden. The only people that are praising Biden are the far left AOC squad members because he's doing what they want him to do. That's the only reason why. And he loves praise so much. He was weak before he was president and when he actually had a mind, and he's weak now, and he only knows how to kowtow to the people that will give him praise. Oh, you're so awesome. Oh, you're so awesome. He knows his approval rating sucks. He knows that he is an awful president, and he's not, he's a horrible leader. He makes decisions based on what people want, and he wants praise. And even though his mind isn't there, he still wants praise because that's all he's known his whole life. Ron, thank you for your patience. Go ahead, my brother.
You guys are all right, and we are all preaching to the choir here, except for one thing. We are all, every single last one of us in this room and beyond, are politicians. We can all go make a difference by knocking on a few doors and getting it to meet our neighbors. I'm getting ready to do something here in California that's going to, blow the wig off a bunch of crap, but that's just the way I roll as an old Marine, and it is what it is. But people need to start running for little things like school board, dog catcher, whatever the lowest office is in your county, your city, your neighborhood. Run for that, because those become delegates to your county party, which become delegates to your state conventions, which determine who will lead your state party conventions. And if you could do the math and make sure you got enough friends, you could be the next chair of your state Republican convention or party for a couple of years if that's what you want to do. Biden is long past finding an answer. No one in his administration is capable of finding an answer. No one who wants to be tied to him is even walking on the same stage or sharing a microphone or being seen in a picture with him. It is just a matter of time. I don't believe that he will run in 2024, but I don't know what that means. And the scariest proposition for me is that Gavin Newsom will run in 2024, and that creates a whole new set of problems for the electorate because we're going to have extraordinarily opposite types of speakers at the top 2 or 3. I mean, it's going to be a bloodbath during the primaries. I have a feeling I know who the top 2 or 3 will be in the Republican Party. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, never have been, even when I'm sitting alone in my backyard drinking Coors Light. But I don't think it takes a whole lot of writing on the wall to see that obviously Trump is going to be talking about it, if not jumping in the ring. I don't think it takes a whole lot of writing on the wall to see that DeSantis is way up there. I don't think it takes a lot of writing on the wall that other than Trump and DeSantis, people are looking for, okay, who can win us key states as a VP candidate? And maybe this is really hard for me to say, guys. It just makes me sick to my stomach to say it out loud. But who is a black woman in a swing state who could bring me electoral votes? That's the electoral truth of what we have to face. Our opinions don't mean anything. We have to get out and do things. And I'm just so glad that Jason's back and hosting this space. I'm so glad to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. And we do the Conservative Political Forum every Wednesday night. It is on YouTube and Rumble. You can always go back and listen to us if you want. And we have an email if you ever have questions for us at theconservativepoliticalforum@gmail.com. So I just want to throw that out there for you. We are definitely growing and doing things and rolling. I want to go with Katz, Herk, and then Neo.
Hey, real quick, Jason, would you mind sending me a DM with that? I'm really bad at hearing things and taking notes. Send me a DM.
Sure, and maybe my alter ego who's in the room will throw that your way. But yeah, we definitely will, Ron. We got you. Thank you, Ron. Katz, go ahead.
Okay, all right, thank you. Hey, Ron, just wanted to welcome you, and also I want to thank you for your service to our country. So, in respect to this topic, isn't anyone like really angry about Biden pulling numerous times from the reserve that is supposed to be for emergencies, and then on top of it, that last time selling it to freaking China? I'm just like, what in the world is going on? How come they don't have to explain what they're doing? Why is anyone asking them, how could you do that? Why are you taking our reserves, and why did you sell them to China? I just don't get that. It just makes me really angry.
Well, remember, they have the House, the Senate, and the White House right now, Kat. And so they don't have to be questioned. But I think if the House and the Senate go back the Republican side, there will be some questions about that, because you're right. That whole taking our reserves and sending them to China when Americans are struggling to pay bills is another sign that they have China under their belt, that China has us under their thumb, and they have something on Joe Biden and other people in this. But that's a good point, Kat. You had a good point there. Herk, go ahead, brother.
Remember that Hayden took the hit for shutting down part of the Keystone because he had to appear that he was doing something for the environment and for strengthening the electrical grid and for posturing for these midterms. But it ends up being a lateral move at best. They thought it was going to be shipped in through rail, but it's very expensive. And instead, TransCanada has taken the U.S. government to court. And getting back to what we were talking about earlier, what we're programmed to know about through the headlines and through the television shows, through the major channels, this stuff is talked about. And let me give you a few details. There's a tweet up in the nest that details it, but here you go. Despite seeking more than $15 billion in damages from America, TransCanada Energy earned $4.5 billion in 2020 by operating 3,000 miles of oil pipelines and 57,900 miles of natural gas pipelines, and then expanded an existing Keystone pipeline by 50,000 barrels a day in 2021. So they're hardly broke, but they're getting damages, $15 billion for shutting down the pipeline, and it's done through a private court. And we never hear about it through the news. We might hear about finally the decision, but then it's briefly mentioned and then forgotten. So that's the kind of thing that we have to be aware of, and it's hard to stay vigilant because there's a lot of misinformation and all kinds of power players vying for your attention and for your allegiance. So I think Jeannie, you were. Oh no, it was Neo. Neo, you're up.
Yeah, that's perfect. I'm glad you caught that, Herk.
And sorry, Herk, those are great points, and I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment real quick to what Ron had to say, and he made the mention of a black vice president, female, or something like that. I just want to throw out Candace Owens. That's just kind of my vote. I mean, Ron DeSantis, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Trump. Duh, we all know it in here. Anybody that's been in this room. But I'm just throwing Candace Owens out there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, can I respond directly?
Nothing.
I fully agree with you. I fully agree that Candace Owens would be the very best VP candidate for either Trump or DeSantis, unless Trump was running as POTUS. I fully believe the strongest possible ticket that we can get elected would be DeSantis Owens. And I know that's not the popular position to have in this room and a lot of conservative spaces. But I'm also a realist, and I try not to look at these things emotionally. I try to look at them from a delegate perspective. If I can count the delegates or the electorates in this case, I have a very strong scientific vibe. I don't even know what that means. Scientific proof, I guess you would say, that if DeSantis and Candace Owens are at the top of the ticket, then they will win. It will hinge on how much Trump and DeSantis do harm to each other if they do. And that's a problem.
And you're 100% correct, because that'll maybe divide some of us in this room, and that's the thing I'm afraid of, is that I am a Trump supporter, and I'm a DeSantis supporter, and I'm a Candace Owens supporter, and so you're 100% correct, Ron. I really like your point, and I'll shut up. Sorry, Jason.
No, that's okay. And so we got other hands up. So sorry, Ron. I just want to make sure we keep moving the train, bro, so everybody gets a chance to talk. Before we move the train, I want to tell you guys about our new slogan real quick. I just want to bring it up because I think it's important. So our slogan now for the Conservative Political Forum, and the reason why we have Democrats and Republicans in here, is because here at the Conservative Political Forum is for everyone with differing political opinions. And we work to find common ground. That is the main part of our slogan. So that is why we are different than other conservative places, is because we're not going to box out people. I don't believe in that. Herk has become one really good friend to me up here, and he is not a conservative. He's a libertarian, and Herk, I'm gonna say I love you like a brother, bro. He is like a brother to me now, and I respect Herk very much. And so we have different opinions in here. We do have some Democrats that come in here, and they have way different opinions. But you know what? If we could find common ground, this country would be better off. Right? It's been so divided, and so that's what we're working towards. I'm sorry, Jeannie, for taking so long before I let you talk, but you can talk now.
No problem, Jason. I was just going to hit on what Katz said in terms of, in the media. Fox News has Ducey as the reporter that speaks, asks questions at the press briefings. And, he's really good at getting down to the nitty gritty. And all the rest of the media does is mock him. And I know if you start mocking people, they're not hitting on his questions, just on him, that, they're losing it. They know he's right. And the thing I just wanted to say, I am not a proponent of Candace Owens. She is a former Democrat operative. Now she's a Republican operative. And I don't think, she's like Tony, what's her name? Tommy Laren, Tommy? Yeah. Who can, speak political points and talking points. But beyond that, what does she have? I haven't seen that yet. I like people with depth instead of just spewing talking points. Can anybody speak to that?
I Candace Owens to me is a talk show person. Like, she goes on a lot of TV shows and talks. I can't speak in depth about her. I like how she speaks, and she is a Christian. Her life has been changed, and I believe when people's lives are changed, they realize, especially when they're Democrats, that that way isn't right, and I want to do, everybody changes in life. People, as they get older, they change and they learn things and they realize things. So I don't know everything about that, Jeannie, but that's my opinion on it, and I hope that helps. So with that, I'm going to go to Kelli, who's been very patient. I don't think you've talked yet tonight. Welcome to the forum, Kelli.
Hi, everybody. No, real quick, before my phone dies, I just wanted to say that I don't want to see Trump run again. Not that I don't like him, not that I don't think he tried to do a lot of things, but he is so hated by the establishment that it will be right back like it was before, and they will do everything that they can to prevent him from doing anything. And I don't want to see that happen. Now, if DeSantis runs, I'll vote for him, and I don't really care who runs with him at this point. I don't think that it would be in his best interest to have Trump. But I know that there is a lot of good conservative women out there, and anything's got to be better as a female vice president than Kamala, because good grief, look at what she did to California. How she passed the bar exam is beyond me, unless it was the same way she got her job as AG. So, I just don't want to see him do that. They'll use his age against him, even though he could speak circles around Biden. So, but, I don't want to cause hate and discontent, but I just don't want to see him in there. Not because he wasn't good, but it would just be a fruitless expedition, so to speak.
Hey, just to piggyback on what Kelli said about age, and I'm sorry for jumping in there, but with Ivana Trump dying this week, that's going to give the Democrats a whole new age topic to talk about when it gets right down to it and Gavin Newsom is running against whoever he's running against. If it's Trump, that's a serious question, you guys. And we have to be the people in this church that decide to unite against the dividers. We have to pick a candidate and stay with that candidate and let that candidate know in like starting now, whoever it is you think you want. I love Trump. I think it would be the best thing in this country's history if Trump could get elected for 4 more years, DeSantis as his vice president, then he's got 12 total years in the White House. I just don't think that's possible with Trump on the top of the ticket, knowing what I know. I want to be proven wrong, but I'm afraid to experiment with that, with what we have at stake.
And I have my own opinions about this, but I want to wait to see what happens before I start throwing out my opinions on. I just want to see what happens. I know DeSantis will be president someday. I think he's going to be one of the greatest presidents in our lifetime because he has to deal with a bunch of crap and he knows how to talk. So, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll wait on that one. Mar, go ahead.
Man, I totally changed my opinion listening to everybody talk. So I do love Trump. I would like to see him back in. I would like to see him finish what he started. He did wonders. And keep in mind, I did not like the man. I never could stand him. Didn't watch him before he was president. I always thought he was too pompous and he was not my cup of tea. I just couldn't deal with it. And then he grew on me as I started listening to him and started watching what the media was doing and I just gradually started understanding him. And I finally got to the point where okay, I like this guy and I like what he's doing. And I put aside the personal and started watching what he was doing for the country. And it just made sense for me. And considering that the votes were stolen, I truly would like to see him finish what he started. Now, it wasn't until Ron mentioned the Newsom aspect, and age will play a factor. And if you're going to have two opponents go against each other, of course, DeSantis and Newsom would be a good team. I can't stand him. He's just terrible. I don't want to see him get in there. And plus, he's Pelosi's nephew, correct? Right? So no, I don't want that connection in the head of the government. But if we're going to talk age for age, yeah, DeSantis should be on the ticket. But I kind of feel like he should be the next 8 and let Trump finish out. But that's another story. But regarding Candace Owens, I really like that lady. I mean, I don't care.
Hey, Jeannie, your mic. Sorry.
That's okay. I don't care that she was a Democrat. Everybody changes. I was a Democrat. We all can change our views. She's said a lot of great things, and she has a good head on her shoulders from a female aspect. And I'm just going to go from female. I'm not going to throw skin in there. She's a very intelligent woman, and I love it. She would be a good candidate to be up there. But as somebody else mentioned, it wouldn't matter who's up with DeSantis. It would be he should go against Newsom. But I still would like to have Trump get back there. But that's just me. I've got to go. Bye.
Thank you, Mar. That was, that's good. I don't know how we got onto this certain part of this topic. I know we love talking about who's going to be president, but I don't like to do that in every forum. That's just my opinion. I know we want to get there at some point, but we have the here and now and stuff, and we've got an idiot in the White House, and that's why we started with this. But I will keep the hands are up. So Becky from South Dakota. You there, Becky?
Oh yeah, sorry, I hit the wrong button. So yeah, my mic is on now. No, I've just been listening for the last about 20 minutes or so, and I really enjoy everyone's perspective on what the possible future of America is. For me, I honestly, I obviously would love Trump in office, but I just want someone who can follow his lead in office. And if that's this, I really would like DeSantis to stay in Florida for another term, just to really, build up the hype for him. But with that being said, oh my gosh, Candace Owens, I love that lady. I have loved her from the moment I first started hearing her speak out, and I can guarantee you, any debate that woman is in, she wins. And at least that I've seen personally on like TV news conferences, what have you. I don't think anybody could be here in a conference because what she brings to the table is researched facts, not just her opinions, but researched facts. And so, I mean, she might be a little bit too young though to be a VP for somebody, but she's definitely going places in my opinion. And now with regards to what's going on right now with Biden, he just needs to, can't we impeach him? I mean, they found every reason under the book to try to impeach Trump, making up crap and whatever. And as I can't remember who that was, what the news media did to him. You know, what about what Biden is doing? Giving all of our money away to other countries when we need it here. I mean, yes, I understand we, have an entitlement to help other countries, but the amount of money that's going to Ukraine right now, and I don't even really understand why it is that we are helping so much. What's in it for us, or rather, what's in it for them? That's probably the bigger question: is what's in it for them, other than maybe just getting help so the war ends. But I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling here. My brain's kind of like in a fog right now. It was a crazy night at work. But I really hope and pray that no matter what happens, it's somebody completely opposite of Biden in office, and somebody with the mindset like Trump that has the same values as Trump has, maybe a little less pompous and outspoken, because he did that sometimes. But one of the reasons I loved him is he was real. He was not politically correct. One of the reasons I voted for him, because he is a businessman, and we needed a businessman in office to fix, to fix America. So those are my 2 cents. I'm gonna, while you guys are talking and stuff, I'm gonna finish up my paperwork here at work so I can get out of the restaurant and go home and have a beer. Anyway, thanks for always having me, Jason.
Hey, you're always welcome to be here at the forum. Everyone is, as long as they're respectful to people, which you guys all are. Although we had some trolls earlier at the beginning that we had to deal with. Vibe, go ahead, buddy.
Oh, I don't got nothing to say. I don't know why my hand's up. Sorry about that.
It's okay, man. No worries. Jeannie, go ahead.
I've heard this time and time again when it comes to Candace Owen that she would make a good VP, and more power to her if that's what occurs. But I think she should run for an office first to see how she governs and rules. Whereas DeSantis, people often say that he should do, another full term. We know how DeSantis runs, and I think he would make a perfect candidate. And I don't think he needs to stay in office any longer for us to know, what he thinks and what he's doing. He's already showed us. He's already told us. And there's kind of a hypocrisy there that DeSantis, who is a smart man who's political, shouldn't run for president because he's not ready. But Candace Owens, who hasn't run for anything, even though she is a smart woman, should take a vice president spot just because people like what she has to say, even though they've never seen her govern.
That's a good point. That's a fair point, Jeannie. And those are some good comments by you on that. And I agree. Katz?
Yeah, I like the point that you make about her testing the waters with the office. I like her. I think, like Becky said, from the moment I first heard her speak, I'm like, who is this woman? Wow. I mean, she's so smart and so dead on and unafraid. But you know what? I think as far as I've never heard her express interest in being in a political office. She's got a very, very young child who's still, as far as I know, basically a baby, and another baby on the way. So I kind of don't see her doing that as much as many of us would like. I mean, I wouldn't mind. Um, but as far as like who's running for president, for quite some time now, I felt like it should be Ron DeSantis not Trump. As much as Trump did a great deal for this country and really got us set right and going right and doing what was best for America, he's too old and he's too hated, as sad as that is. But honestly, the age thing really scares me because, I mean, he could have a heart attack and drop dead any day. He's just too old. I really think that there should be some kind of law that says you can't run after a certain age. I mean, I'm sorry. I know many elderly people are still have a lot of vitality and not bad health, but there's just too many things that can happen.
Definitely. No, you got a good point there, Katz. And you know, that could be a thing, but I'm like I said, I'm going to reserve talking about that until we know what's going on, because at some point there will be one candidate for the Republican side and one candidate for the Democratic side. And I'm going to tell you right now, if it's Gavin Newsom, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris on the Democrat side, there's no way I would ever vote for them. I don't care. So whoever the Republican is that's running, they're going to get my support. So, I mean, not necessarily all the time in everything, but as far as presidency, after what this gone on with this administration, there's no way that any Republican that they have, a Democrat they have placed to run, would ever get my vote. I'm just saying, they all want to tear this country apart. Mar, go ahead.
Regarding, just to follow up with Candace Owens, I do understand the concept of her like testing the waters and maybe run for some other lower political office thing, because she doesn't have the experience to govern yet. But at the same token, a businessman was president of the United States. He didn't have any experience, and he turned this country around. So there's that. She could be a benefit to it. We don't know, obviously, because she's not there yet, and nor has she expressed interest in it. But yeah, a normal person can get up there and turn the country around. So anything's possible, and she has the intelligence to do so. And I think she would be fantastic. That's just my opinion.
No, it's true. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'm just gonna leave it at that for now, just because I don't know what to say about her. But we'll see. I know for a fact that someday Ron DeSantis is going to be president, whether it's 2024 or 2028. And he has a track record of success. During COVID, Florida became the prime spot to go because there was freedom there. And I know people aren't going to forget that. And Florida is not purple anymore. It is turning redder and redder every year with Ron DeSantis as governor. That is a fact. That is a fact. And I will bring up, I have a good friend who lives in Florida, who has been to this space before, who has been to my late night garages before when I do them. And he says that the lieutenant, if this is probably his thoughts are, Trump got DeSantis into office, and Trump respects DeSantis. They're both hard-nosed. His take is he believes that he's very adamant. He believes a lot of people in Florida believe this, that DeSantis is going to run for governor, win the governorship in Florida, and then he's going to, if Trump runs and wins, he's going to be Trump's vice president. I know people don't always like that, but his take is this: Florida's in good hands. The lieutenant governor there is JeanneInWa. She is exactly like Ron DeSantis. She is tough. She has not had. She will shine, and he believes that she will take over. And so, regardless of what happened to Trump, yes, Trump is older, and he's, you would have DeSantis there to be the backup and would take over if something happened to Trump, and that could happen. So that's his take. And I am not completely against that take. I don't live in Florida, and I know Floridians probably don't like the idea of DeSantis leaving yet. Yeah, don't take our governor yet and stuff. But we just have to wait to see what happens, because it's all speculation at this point, right? Ron, you've been patiently waiting with your hand up. What do you got to say, my friend?
Hey, thank you. I'll always be patient, and I don't like to cut in. But my question is a serious one. We keep talking, me included in that, by the way. So the collective we. It's always a woman, and it's always a woman, not necessarily a white woman, for VP if it's DeSantis or if it's Trump. And I'm curious about that to a small degree. Not that it matters, but is that a narrative we've bought into or one that we're creating ourselves as we go along? I'd like to hear from a lot of people on this one.
I don't know if somebody's got Mar. Do you want to respond to that, and then I'll let Kat go?
Yeah, I think it is a narrative that we're creating for ourselves because with all the with everything that's going down with BLM and all the focus on Black Lives Matter and the hoopla with that and everything, I think that we have created that and the female, what is a female and all that crap. So I do believe that that is something that people use as a weapon or a tool to garner votes because they look at it as a female, they look at it as African American, and they're thinking, that's a possibility. But I kind of feel like it's kind of using them in a sense too, because I don't think that's right to use them as a political tool to gain whatever they need. I think the person they should nominate should be the best person for the job. And if you're going to talk female, why not Kristi Noem? I really like her too. Why can't she be considered? Because she's a strong, independent female, and I adore her. So I mean, it doesn't always have to be, the African American aspect. It could be just a strong female.
You took the words out of my mouth, Mar, and also people like Nikki Haley, right? But who would be a man that you would run for VP with either Trump or DeSantis, neither one of them being the VP candidate?
There's a lot of options, but I wouldn't take any other governors from the country. I would go look at other people in Congress. Tim Scott. I'd love to see Tim Scott be a VP. I love that guy very much. Is the judge still here? Oh, I don't see him anymore. The judge knows about Tim Scott. Tim Scott's got a really good record. And I wish the judge was here because he talked about he's met Tim Scott.
Judge is in the listening session.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, if he wants to, if he requests a mic, I'll do it. I don't know if he's just listening right now, but that's one of the people I would be like. I would say, man, because I love the way Tim Scott speaks and stuff. And you could pull other people, but I wouldn't pull governors who are more who we respect. I wouldn't pull them. From being a governor, just you would want to find somebody maybe in Congress or something like that. That's my opinion, but let's see. I had. Oh, there's the judge. Judge, can you speak on that? I really want to hear from you on that.
Well, I missed some of what you were saying as I was coming back up to the speaker's box because it kind of mutes you in between. You were asking my take on Tim Scott, but I don't remember.
As VP to a Trump or DeSantis.
As a potential VP candidate, I think he would be a great cabinet member of some kind, potentially VP. I think he's probably considering a run of some kind in the future because he has told South Carolina that this is his last run for Senate. And so while we are all very much saddened to know that our favorite of our two senators is running for his last term as senator, we're looking for 6 years down the road from now what he's got planned. So, or maybe sooner if there happens to be a vice presidential run in his future. But yeah, I think being in the U.S. Senate is great preparation to be a vice president, certainly. It's also great preparation to be a member of the cabinet in some other form or fashion, as in a foreign policy aspect, because you're exposed to so much so there's the sky's the limit as far as what his potential is and what he can do. That would go for just about any U.S. senator or member of Congress. The training that they get as a member of either of those deliberative legislative bodies to work within the executive branch under the president. I mean, those two branches of government work very closely together. But what a member of Congress of either House of Congress learns, the classified information they deal with, typically prepares them well, especially the longer they're there. If supposing they're not there too terribly long, but I'd say one that's there, a member of the House that's there for about 8 years, or a senator that's there for 6 to 8 years as well. That's good seasoning for working in the White House in a presidential administration, and he's certainly had, I think, almost 10 years now in Congress. So he's certainly got the chops that we're looking for, and he's well liked nationwide. So
Nice. Thank you, Judge, for your opinions on that. I really appreciate you coming up and speaking about it. We really love you, Judge. You're awesome.
yeah, thanks.
No problem. All right. So I got 4 hands up. These are the last 4 hands for this segment. After this, we're going to go to our third overtime, and Herc's got something I think it'll be fun. If everybody goes by the rules, it'll be awesome that Herc has. So let me go first with somebody I haven't seen speak yet tonight, and I know that maybe you had your hand up first, but everybody's going to get a chance to talk here. So I'm just going to go to Johnny, welcome to the Conservative Political Forum, Johnny.
Thank you. I just wanted to throw a few things out there that I've been thinking about and maybe get some feedback. I think number one, I think the way that this left-right paradigm has been played on the presidential election stage for the last 40 to 60 years, I think at some level Trump broke that. And so was it Ron that was asking if it's just sort of we're putting this self-fulfilling prophecy of selecting a female of color? To a degree, it's been programmed, but I think, like I said, I think he broke that. And as much as I really don't want to see him run in 24, because as someone else said earlier, he, look at how they aligned the troops in 2016, and then the nonsense that he went through for the last 6 years, because it hasn't stopped. They've had Biden in for almost 2 years, and none of this Trump stuff, anti-Trump stuff, has stopped. However, I think that we're in a position where we still need strong governors in states for at least the next 2 years or 6 years, I guess, and Ron running in like 2028 would be the best case scenario. And I think that Trump could do a lot of damage if he picked someone like Rand Paul, who would draw in a lot of independent, libertarian-minded people, especially if they played that card right out of the gate. And then you could have, DeSantis and Tim Scott in 2028, because as much it's going to take a while to fix these things. And I think that the Pence pick last time around was Trump being advised to play politics and pick a swing state guy that's approved, and I think that it bit him in the ass. And I think Candace Owens should kind of cut her teeth on some other offices and work her way up, and sort of prove herself to the nation as a whole. I don't think Gavin Newsom, I think he's their pretty boy, like the old school thing, like the most handsome guy wins president nonsense. But I just think the other 49 states are well aware of the state of California and what's going on there, and collectively we're too smart and have too much access to information to make a huge mistake like that willingly, that barring cheating and all that nonsense. But it was kind of weird that he showed up at the White House the other day, sans jacket, no tie, while Biden was out of the country, and just sort of walked in like it was his place. I did not like the foreshadowing that sent as a visual message. So anyway, that's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Johnny, for your thank you for speaking. We're gonna go Becky, Neo, and then Ron. Ron will be the last one to speak before we hand the ball off to Herk. Go ahead, Becky. Becky.
I'm here. Sorry, I hit the wrong button again.
It's okay.
Thanks for having me speak again. I just wanted to say, I can't remember, I don't know who it was that spoke about Kristi Noem. Living in South Dakota, I am proud that she is my governor. And so, yeah, I would love to see her move up in the world, so to speak. But you guys are talking about a good VP. Two strong men come to mind. One, Larry Elder. And, oh my gosh, I forgot his name. Oh, Jim Jordan. I don't know why I forgot his name. I follow him on Twitter all the time. Those two men, wow. I really wish Elder would have got California, but the whole thing fell through and blah, blah, blah. But I just wanted to say thank you to the gal that spoke about Kristi Noem being a strong woman. She does not back down. So thank you for that. I'm very proud, like I said, that I live here. Another really good female candidate, honestly, I think would be Governor Kim Reynolds out of Iowa. I lived in Iowa for 10 years before coming back to South Dakota. And she is an amazing governor, even though she gets some flack, but mostly from the left, unfortunately. But I really think she did right by us in many ways when I was living in Iowa. And I was very happy that I voted for her. And when Governor Noem comes around for a re-election here soon, you bet your patootie I'll be voting for her as well. So with that being said, I am at my destination now from work. You guys all have an amazing night. Thank you everyone again for your insight. I love hearing everyone's opinions on things and different views. I mean, it's very refreshing to have different viewpoints on so many different topics. Oh, sorry, I just realized I had my radio on in my car. But I thank you for always having me, Jason. It's always a pleasure being here, and thank you for being my voice when I can't speak, because you speak a lot of my truths, and I really thank you for that. So with that being said, I'm gonna say goodnight, y'all, and have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful rest of your night.
Well, I want to thank all of you. I'm honored to host this forum and to have everybody here. It's a big party to me. But it's amazing to be able to share, and to think that this forum was one night me sitting on my couch saying I should start my own space and see what happens. And it's had a rough start, but I can't believe what's gone on with this space, and it's all because of you guys being here. And so I'm honored to host. I am very honored to host, and I love to it's my dream is to help unite us. My new dream is to help not let us be divided, and to find ways to help us grow. But I will forever be conservative. So that won't change. There are things that will not change. And as my favorite podcaster says, if you're a dunce, you're a dunce. So that's none of us in this room. I'm just talking about in general. All right. Earl has his hand up, and I know, Neo, I said you next, but we'll let Earl go, then Neo, and then Ron. And then we're going to move on to Herk. And by the way, we usually do overtime till 11, but if overtime is popular tonight and you guys stick around and everything's going well, we're going to go till 11:30. So just because I think we'll have fun. Go ahead, Earl. Welcome to the forum, speaking for the first time.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I do agree with Rand Paul. I also heard Tucker Carlson being thrown about, and I thought about that, and I was like, that sounds pretty interesting. That's all.
Definitely. Well, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Neo, you're next.
No, actually, no. Earl just actually said what I was going to say. Is that I really like the point on Rand Paul, and and even Becky brought up Jordan, and then I also, because I feel like I started the whole Candace Owens conversation. I just want to say I love her. I think she's fantastic. I love her, just her take on so many things, and. But those are great points with Jim Jordan and Rand Paul. I think those are fantastic points, and so I think that's why we have these conversations. And so that's my point.
Thank you, Neo. You're awesome, bro. I appreciate your takes always on being in our room, and you guys make this happen. All right, Ron, and then Katz.
All right, guys. So, Jay, first of all, you do a great job of hosting these spaces, and it's been an absolute pleasure being in the same spaces with you and everybody that follows you. It does matter. I want everybody to start thinking about something that's coming sooner than a presidential election. In November, right after the midterms, everybody's elected to anything is going to have delegates to your state party. You need to start riling and rounding those people up immediately for what it comes down to a year and a half from then. It is very important to not underestimate the party structures in our states, no matter what you think about them. They are the one who chooses the electors, and that is extraordinarily important. Get the delegates on your side. Heck, you could be, the next chair of your state party in moments. Much love to all.
Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Katz, and then Natural.
Oh, let me look at something. Shoot. Oh, Earl, I was going to say, good job speaking. Thanks. That's not what I was going to say, but I did want to mention that. Rand Paul, love him. I think he'd make a great VP. Jim Jordan, like him. He does have skeletons in the closet. Unfortunately, Josh Hawley, I don't think he has any skeletons in the closet. He's pretty awesome. That's not what I was going to say either. I wanted to take a moment and speak about someone brought up Joe Biden being impeached. Honestly, I don't see them doing that because of his age and infirmity. I just don't see them doing that. I would more like see if the Democrats feel like they're ready to pull the plug and they're going to deal with our great intelligent Kamala, that they're just going to invoke the 25th Amendment. That's all. But now, interestingly enough, I don't know how many of you know this, but the real quid pro quo against Ukraine was actually done by Joe Biden when he was VP, and it's on video. You can easily Google it or use DuckDuckGo and find the video where he threatened the government that if they didn't throw out some person who was going to start investigating the company that his snake in the grass son Hunter was now associated with, if they didn't throw out this guy, fire him, that he was going to withhold $1 billion or whatever humongous amount of money. And they had 6 hours, and of course they fired the guy. So there's the real quid pro quo against Ukraine. Crazy, isn't it?
Definitely. Let's go. Natural, go ahead.
Yeah. What was the question? I think somebody had something about like American perspective. They were saying their piece or no?
We're talking about the presidents and vice presidents that could be in 2024.
Okay. So I can tell you this right now. Joe Biden is fucking a terrible president. If you voted for Joe Biden, I would just question your intelligence. That would be what I would have to do. And then if you actually think like going forward, he's actually a good president, like I don't know, like, but it's just like you can't like really be like, I don't know how you can get behind Joe Biden. I don't know how you do it. Maybe you can tell me how you do it if you're
Nobody is.
okay. And like I'm not trying to be like argumentative. I don't think you guys are. 'Cause I think you guys are smart, but you know, we're a country, so obviously somebody voted for this guy. But it's just weird, and it's just like it's actually getting really more weird and weird. With the domestic policy, like I said, yeah, like I don't have anything like I could say a million and one things about Joe Biden and like try to get you to like do something, but I think the real calculus is just like letting the American citizens like realize that like this guy's shit. That's honestly what it comes down to. Like I'm not gonna try to like direct you guys to vote for one way or think another way. You guys should honestly, especially right now, it's been 2 years. You guys should be able to like, I guess, dictate or I guess learn from like what he's doing and what's causing like what the end game is on your end.
Are you even in America?
Am I even in America? Yeah, of course I'm in America.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Where are you?
I'm too. I'm just
No, like where?
Texas.
Texas? Okay, what part? You don't have to be too close. I know, like you might not want to
That's
hear. I'm
all
from
I'm saying is I'm from Texas.
I'm from Mesquite, Texas, and I'm actually in Florida right now, but I was born in Texas. So what's up?
Hey, natural born son, are you a libertarian?
I am not a libertarian. I'm a little bit more. I don't know what's the word to say. I'm a more agorist, I guess you could say. As far as I believe in just as long as it's not violent, as long as it's not dangerous. Like say you want to buy drugs, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. Buy drugs.
You're a libertarian, you just don't know it yet.
No, I'm an agorist. No. Like don't get me wrong. And like don't put words in my mouth either.
So we don't curse. We can't. There's rules in this forum, and that's one of them. We can't curse. And
well, sorry, I didn't know.
No worries. We haven't even set the rules in a while, so I'll take that time. We don't
it's
also
on you guys.
We don't allow raised voices, so this forum is a little different than MySpace.
What are you saying? Like honestly, like what are you saying?
Like we can't yell at each other is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, you can raise your voice a little bit, but
did I yell? You can tell me if I did.
No,
if I did,
you just cursed, and that's why I took the time to write.
I did curse. I'm sorry.
To just state that also is another rule that we have, and we also have no
how many
personal
rules
attacks.
do you have?
We also have no personal attacks, which means you can't call people names.
All right. Is there anything else?
Yeah. If you leave your mic, we'll bug you about it. I mean, you leave your mic on, and we hear the background noise.
I don't think I would leave my mic. I think I would.
That's all
be
of them.
Talking on it, yeah.
And they're pretty reasonable, I think.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, like you just said, like that's all reasonable.
Okay, thanks for your.
I can definitely understand it.
I'm gonna go on a little anti-duopoly rant in a little bit, but you're welcome to pipe in then. I'm going to go to Judge first.
Go
hey,
ahead.
Judge, how you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks. I wanted to address one of the questions that keeps coming up, or people keep saying that they want to see Biden impeached. And while he may have done some things that are potentially impeachable, one of the issues that happens with impeachment that has not happened here is you first have to have articles of impeachment drafted and filed. And that hasn't happened. But even if that were to happen, you have to have a Congress that is willing to take up the prosecution of the case and the trial of the case. And right now, you've got a deadlocked Congress at best that is partisan, and
Is it
partisan.
deadlocked? Is it deadlocked?
Well, let me finish my speech.
No, you're just not making sense.
Natural. Please don't interrupt people. The rules in this forum are not so that you can't speak. They're just the judge is talking and we want to hear what he has to say. We are the ones that made the rules. Herk comes here and he's a co-host, and I really appreciate all of you guys being here. If you want to speak, please raise your hand, but I don't like when the judge keeps getting interrupted because he's got a lot of good stuff to say. He's a real judge. So I'm going to unmute everyone now. Please, guys, this is not attack or interrupt while somebody's trying to speak. Thank you.
As I was saying, you do have a deadlock Congress because you've got a 50-50 Senate with essentially 50-50 Senate with a vice president who has to break it. And you've got a U.S. House with only a few seats difference, majority Democratic. And so as long as there's a majority Democratic Congress, for the most part, they're not going to prosecute their Democratic president. It's just a non-starter. So to keep talking about or requesting an impeachment, they don't have the ethics and or the ethical standards within their party to do that. Even if he's done wrong, they just won't do it.
Judge, they were joking with you about Pence being a traitor. How do you feel about the leftists thinking that Pence really is a traitor because he caters to the business class, the corporatists, and he's for the war machine, and he's been involved in a war criminal administration with Trump?
Well, Herk, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think your people who believe like you believe in that regard are going to make that accusation about any president who's not a Green Party liberal or a Green Party libertarian. And that's not an attack. I'm not trying to make an attack when I say that, but it's very hard to meet the standards that you would use for not being part of the war machine or the war industrial complex. We have to accept a certain degree in our leadership that they're going to want to grow our military because we need a strong military. Right now, we've got China surpassing us in military might. They have now grown the largest naval fleet in the world, which we used to have. They are starting to surpass us in terms of military might in almost every division of military. And that's a scary thought because they, to the core of their being, whether they'll admit it or not openly, do see us as an enemy, not as an ally, not as an equal superpower. Their goal has always been to surpass us, and now they're doing it. They're doing it economically, they're doing it militarily. They want to be the lone superpower. They're using Russia as a pawn to help them get there. They're using Saudi Arabia as a pawn to help them get there. They're using our Latin neighbors to the south to help them get there. And it's very scary. And they're using politicians in our own Congress and in our White House to help them get there.
So you're a man of the law. How do you feel about the Trump administration being so corrupt? And, obviously Pence is not responsible for a lot of that. But, he's obviously a hero of yours. Do you have any mixed feelings about supporting the Republicans when they're so obviously tied into the lobbyists and the big money bandits?
Well, I don't see Trump as having been corrupt, nor do I see Pence as having been corrupt. So, you and I view that administration differently. And so I can't say that I agree with you in your assessment of that administration being corrupt. The current administration, I would agree with you all day long if you were to say they're corrupt, because it just oozes from them. But and so did the administration from which it originally derived, and which it seems to be the third term of. But I'll just leave that one alone.
Fair enough. We could go on the ins and outs of what Trump did, but there's more important stuff to talk about. But I appreciate your insight. And Ariel, you're.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'm only here because I know you, Herk, and I've heard you speak before. I hate blind partisanship more than anything in this country, whether it's the far left or the far right. I think we need to get as far away from those two ideologies as humanly possible, and what we need to do is look at who's just getting our attention just to pick our pockets. And I really think that at first I supported Trump, but I think that all the donations he wanted for the social stop the steal thing was a gigantic grift. And Andrew Yang is a person who got me because before, when I was a Trump supporter, he talked about how he understood how people could be supporting Trump, but he said he got all of the problems right, but his solutions for those problems were all nonsense. So I 100% agreed with that. And then when he talked about how it's not the immigrants, it's actually the automation and artificial intelligence that's doing what's doing to our economy and our need to rethink our economy and have a universal basic income. That's where he really took me in. So that being said, it's I'm looking at the Forward Party, and I'm just looking at the end of blind partisanship in this country, and that gives me some faith. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
I appreciate that. You reminded me that Stop the Steal grift was basically used to pay a small portion for legal fees in regards to that, but the vast bulk of it went to paying debts in Trump's campaign. And that's just one of many ways they were able to work the system. I don't know how anybody can say that that administration wasn't corrupt, but we see what we want to see, and it's interesting that someone so connected with the law would say that they're not corrupt, because I'm sure the vast majority of us who don't know the law and aren't paying attention to what's going on, the ins and outs, would say that administration is totally corrupt, and all of them.
Well, he just said the individual people, Trump and Pence individually, weren't corrupt.
Fair enough. That's a fine distinction. I appreciate that. Brice, you seem like you wanted to chime in about that as well.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the space. For me, I mean, I'm a registered independent, but I'm a guy who typically would vote to the right. But the problem I have is the current GOP is just nothing what I remember conservatism being about. That's what troubles me. I mean, I'm a kid from the 80s. I mean, I didn't vote in my first election until 92. But I mean, I'm although he's imperfect, I mean, the Reaganism, I know we put him up on a pedestal, that type of thing, but I think that's more of where the party should be.
and we just keep drifting farther and farther away. And I just don't think. I mean, I understand the appeal of Trump in a sense because it's a giant middle finger to the liberal machine. All the things that you hate about liberalism, you know, Trump embodies like a pushback against it. I get it. But when I hear people in the room talking about Candace Owens and people like that, these are just pundits. These are culture warriors. That's not what we need. We need like legitimate, like politicians with chops who can get things done. I mean, obviously DeSantis is a better choice than Trump. I don't want to see Trump come back. I really don't. And I think a lot of people who tend to vote conservative are not super excited about it. If they heard secretly that Trump said, hey, I'm going to tap out, they'd feel relieved. Let's just be honest about it. I don't think it's good for the country for him to return. I don't like that where the Republican Party has headed. And most of the things I hear positive about Trump's administration is just how he stuck it to the libs. And like, dude, I like it too, right? There's a lot of things about liberalism I don't agree with and annoy me. But it's like, if you want to get a legitimate party, you have to have something to stand on. You can't just live on the culture war. And you have, you know what I mean? I think we're drunk on the culture war here, and that's just not going to get it done. No, I don't want to see Candace Owens running. It's ridiculous. You know, it's stuff like that. I mean, I want to see it drift back to a firm hand on the wheel with people, real politicians. Now, DeSantis is closer to that. He still embodies some of the stuff that people like about Trump or Trumpism. But I think he's not. He's more of a regular politician. I think we just need to go back to that. That's my point.
How
Well,
about?
can I say something, Herc? Can I say something?
1 second. How about Tulsi instead of this Candace Owens fantasy?
Yeah, I mean that would be a
better
choice.
someone who's really anti-war as well, and they could outflank the Democrats, and especially Tulsi versus Kamala at the VP debates. That would be a big must-see TV event.
And real quick, I'm not a Trump hater. Before people start lining up to defend Trump, I'm not a hater. But it's like if you look at the way to judge Trump is what did his administration do, and you'll see the effects of that over time. I don't think a lot of the decisions, lowering taxes, things like that, these are standard conservative Republican stuff. I don't think he was that much different than we'll say like Baby Bush, W. Like I don't think he that much different in like the net end result. I'm just saying that we lean into this culture war nonsense over and over again, and it's not about these video clips of Jim Jordan dunking on Nancy Pelosi, or blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry for swearing. I don't care. Right?
Yeah,
I'm just
no in this space. I know you did it by accident.
I caught myself. I apologize. I'm saying I don't like it.
Thank you for catching yourself on that. If it slips up, we're not against it. We're not going to be like all over you. It's when it keeps randomly, when somebody, every other word is the F word. You know what I'm saying? You're good. I know people, sometimes it slips up. So we're not like, we would like to keep the cussing out because this is recorded and goes on YouTube and Rumble, but and we want people to be able to hear it, but we're not going to like jump on you for slipping once in a great moon.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Go ahead, Herc. Sorry. I wanted to say one thing, Herc, and that was what Barbecue said. I love what he said there, though, and I respect what he said there about DeSantis and Trump and the whole stuff. So I just wanted to add that in, Herc.
Sure. You're the host. You can jump in anytime, and you get to jump to the beginning of the line. I'm sure nobody will complain. And we have a new speaker who's been very patient. I think his name is Wilhelm Scream.
Yeah, Wilhelm. So I was just wondering, you guys do believe that you want to see change through voting, right?
It's very difficult. I mean, the Electoral College selects the two candidates usually. Look what happened to Bernie in 2016. The DNC funneled 82 million to Hillary and stole 17 primaries. And when the Bernie people went to court, they argued successfully that they didn't have to provide a fair primary and that their superdelegates could just override the popular vote. So what can we do as leftists? We don't really have a viable candidate.
Well, personally, I'm entirely against the idea of making any sort of change through voting. How do I word this? Having a bit of a brain fart. Every single politician is corrupt, from the president down to even your local police chief. They are all corrupt because they are a part of the system in of itself. And I just think it's kind of funny and kind of strange how there are all these overlaps between your people and my people. Your people, conservatives, and I suppose there's some liberals in here too, do espouse communist beliefs pretty consistently. And it's just kind of funny how you come to these realizations that are real, but your conclusion is one that leads to a fascistic state that will, in the end, destroy both me and you. And us over here on the communist side want some of the same things as you, but I just want to know. It's been our goal to find this divide between us, to find why we have this split here.
Well, there's a lot of things I could say about what you said. I'll try and be brief. Brevity has never been my strong suit. The idea that none of the local officials are serving the community is just not true. I mean, I definitely cannot push back against Congress. You can say almost every single one of them is corrupt. You can maybe point to a few here and there if you're a progressive or a libertarian or someone looking at the outsiders, like Thomas Massey, who votes about 97% towards libertarianism. Some would say Bernie still has progressive views, even though he sold out. I take your point that the Communist Party doesn't have any chance of being part of the system right now. They've been demonized, and we don't have free and fair elections.
Well, we don't want to be a part of the system. That's the entire point. And the reason why I say even the most local officials are corrupt is because they, by involving themselves in that system, they are then upholding that system. I used to be much closer to what you'd consider a liberal, and I thought that you could make change through local governments, but I've come to find that those local changes are almost always stopped by larger state and federal regulations that are put in place specifically to stop such local changes. And people who bring themselves into those local positions always end up just simply following to the rules that that the state and the federal government put in place. So what we fight for is to just break and eliminate those rules.
But you're not really fighting for anything. That's the problem. If you don't use a party, then you'll never get a chance to even get your voice heard. You're just really espousing an ideology and an attempt at revolution, if I can call it that. And that's not going to work. That's why I think socialism has a place in our society, but the Communist Party doesn't really want to engage like you're talking about and be part of the system. So
Exactly.
they're really the radical left.
We wouldn't even call ourselves the radical left, because to be left or right means that you want to be a part of a system that is built on that left or right divide, which was something that was just simply created during the 15th and 16th centuries in France.
Right. So rebellion or revolution, whatever the semantics is, your alt left outside of the system. Is that fair to say? Right.
Yeah, we would just say we are anti-system, or anti-system, really.
So what do you think of socialist parties? I belong to the Peace and Freedom Party, for instance. Do you think we're sellouts, or do you think we're like at least representing the far left? What are your feelings on that?
I'd say socialist parties have similar ideas and beliefs that fall into the communist beliefs and what communists are fighting for, but it's simply not enough, because in the end it is still trying to make agreements and trying to work with the system that is already in place. But the system that is in place will never give you the ability to make the changes that need to be made, because the system thrives on on what is already in place. You can't to actually change things and make them better. You have to be able to, first off, take the wealth from the richest of the world, and then redistribute that to the poorest of the world. And a capitalist system will never allow that, no matter how much quote unquote influence you think you have in the system.
Sounds like you guys have given up doing it legitimately, and you just want to do it through violence.
Oh, we want a bloodless revolution more than anything. But
well, I know utopian ideals, but I mean, let's be pragmatic. Fascists don't give up their power willingly. So what are you guys really doing? I know you guys are calling out the system well, but you can't overthrow a country like America. I just don't see it ever happening. I think it's misdirected energy, and we could argue about this, but let's talk in a little bit. I want to get to hands first, if you don't mind. Thanks for your contribution, though, Wilhelm. Mamacita, please, you've been listening patiently for a while. I appreciate it. Feel free to comment on what you just heard.
Comment on what I just heard, or can I comment on somebody else?
Yeah, please. You've been waiting so long. You can go back. Feel free.
Okay.
You have a
All
wide
right.
latitude with me.
This is the first time I've ever been on the overtime hour. Thank you for having me here. So I just want to comment on, just kind of elaborate further on, not elaborate, just I have a question for Barbecue Beef. When he said that, what did Trump actually do in his 4 years? I mean, much besides the standard, lower taxes and do other things, blah, 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 whatever he said. In my opinion, I don't think they gave him an opportunity really to do anything. They fought him every step of the way. So he really never got an opportunity to do what he wanted to accomplish, because anytime he tried to bring something up, he was blocked. And he was fought every step of the way. Even amongst his own party, he was fought. And I've never seen nothing like that in my entire life, where that much dissension was brought on from both sides of the parties. So I don't think we ever got to see his full potential of what he could do for the country, besides the normal what you're supposed to do as to earn points or whatever in the presidency. But it would have been interesting if they would have let him do what he wanted to do as president, let him be the president instead of fighting him every step of the way, because I've never seen any kind of behavior like that ever in my life, and it bewilders me how that even took place. So
yeah, I mean, can I respond real quick?
Yeah, I would take your time as long as it's interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know other people have their hands up, but she did address me. No, I was just saying that his playbook in a lot of ways was very typical. So if you want, I mean, as far as the outcomes go, and so if people want to say, oh, it was the worst, blah 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 in history, it just, I would say no. It's mostly pretty typical, garden variety Republican administration in a lot of the outcomes. So yeah, did he get a chance to do everything he wanted to? No, but I mean, this is the way politics are. You could say that if you loved Obama, you could say, well, the Congress fought him too. I mean, this is the way of things, right? And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think any president really gets everything he wants, even if they have a majority control in Congress. And really, the changes in the country are supposed to come through Congress. Another thing that bothers me is how we've just elevated the president like kings of old. It's like he's an important, powerful person, but it's one branch. We were built on checks and balances, and in reality, the stick belongs to Congress, and we've got it all backwards now. Now we want to make the president, the king, and have him do everything, or even worse, the courts. These are supposed to be second and third fiddle to Congress, and we've got it all wrong. Like, it's this cult of personality, and I mean, the culture war matters to some degree. But we're so in love with people dunking on other people and who got the best of our enemies. And wow, did you see how this person owned AOC? I mean, at some point, it's just Kardashian level politics, and it's not serious. I don't look at this current environment as serious anymore, and that's frustrating. I'm less of a Republican and more of a conservative. Those are different terms, right? And so I have conservative values. I lean in that position, but I feel like politically homeless, especially since like maybe the end of the W. Bush years. It's just, I don't know what the Republican Party is right now. It's weird.
Hey,
right?
Brice, would you describe yourself as an old-fashioned conservative, like the ones that were against the war because they thought it was like the greatest waste, and they were for the environment because they wanted to conserve it for future generations? Would you say that describes you better?
You mean like a Teddy Roosevelt Republican? I mean, I think he was.
Or even you could go back to Walt Whitman. Even, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, like Teddy. I think like a Teddy Roosevelt's like an ideal if you could just assemble the robot again. Because what was cool about Teddy is that he was, it wasn't these locked in. I mean, he was environmentalist. He was definitely not a pro big business. He was the trust buster. So it's like I think he just represented something different that I think most people relate to. Today, I would say I'm more like, I don't know if you guys read like the Federalist or any. I think he writes for the Federalist still. It's one, or the one that. One of the other big publications is Charles C.W. Cook, and I read a book that he wrote several years ago called The Conservatarian, and that's more kind of where I feel a lot of times I line up, and it's like a small L libertarian but with conservative leanings, and it's like the way he described it is it's kind of a traditional conservative, but it's like we don't really care about the marijuana thing, and we're not like so obsessed with the gay marriage thing, things like that.
Okay, it sounds like more like a conservative libertarian rag.
I have to jump in and say something because as a conservative, I'm going to say that the divide in Senate and House and Congress and Republicans, Democrats did not start with Trump. The most divisive president in the current time in our country was Barack Obama, who ran on being a black man. And I thought it was awesome. I will say I thought it was cool that we got a black president. I'm not against that. But what I am against is a black president that talks about racism and allows shooting, the police shootings. And instead of calling out for people to stop shooting, he's like, well, that he basically egged on the shooters that shot, and made and helped push the cops being the problem. And so, Herk, I'm sorry, but, I have to say that the divide in our country has, I think it really started with Barack Obama. And the person that did the most executive signings was Barack Obama. Started doing that, where he started using executive order after executive order. And we have a judge in the room. I think I'm correct on this, but I think Barack was the first president in a long time to have use executive orders as his way of being a king and changing rules and stuff in our country. And I just feel like that happened. And so Herk, the judge is here. I just want his opinion on that. I know you're getting you got him on there, but I feel like the divide started in our country with Barack Obama.
I disagree, actually, and I'm going to go before we go to the judge, and then Jeannie. Jeannie's. I'm sorry, I kept you waiting so long. It's actually Bush Jr. and I'm going to make a joke here. Clinton was actually the most successful Republican president of our lifetimes because he got what the Republicans say they were going to do at the time. He got more cops on the street. He got the budget balanced and the deficit paid back. He avoided major wars, although he did a lot of stuff with the CIA, and he was very crooked and had some of his competition rubbed out. But basically, he avoided most major scandals. The biggest one was Monica's stained dress. So the divide really came with the Bush Jr. Cheney regime. First of all, Florida, that shenanigans, that was a stolen election. And then Gore was totally incompetent, didn't even demand that the whole state was recounted. That whole thing was a fiasco. But the real turning point was the bait and switch from Afghanistan to Iraq, and the corporate welfare, the big bankster bailout, the downturn in the economy. I could go on and on, but we really had a shift there. Clinton left us with a surplus. We really should have, if we had a functioning Congress that wasn't totally caught up in getting reelected and spreading their legalized graft, we would have actually been blessed to have been proactive and really taking care of our bridges and roads and waterways. But instead, what do? We sank a bunch of money into Afghanistan, and I'm all for going into a lawless country and cleaning up and taking care of the terrorists. But we know where some of the gold went and how we bribed that country. And then we switched over to Iraq. So that was really and of course, I can't stop talking about how bad Obama was. He actually sent more drones than Bush did and got the Nobel Prize for it. And what he did to Syria and Libya is shameless. And I could go on and on about him. But Jeannie's been so patient. I'm so sorry we kept you waiting so long.
No problem. I don't mind waiting. What I wanted to say about the communist is, and the United States is the greatest country and power in the world because of capitalism or quasi-capitalism, and people who want to take away our way of life for their own personal philosophies, I find repulsive. We have a strong system. Nobody has ever come out better in a communist or socialist country than the United States under capitalism, ever, that I can tell. Maybe Herc, you can refute that, but I just can't.
I wouldn't refute it, but I would say we live in a corporatist system, and I wish we lived in a capitalist system. It would be relatively benign. That means the big money bandits wouldn't get corporate welfare, and Musk would have to get his own money and that kind of thing.
I get that, but corporate welfare comes from subsidies and stuff, and individual counties or states or Congress are the ones that approve that. And, talk to them. They're the ones that allow the corporate welfare. I don't think that's nothing in the Constitution says we need to, big give big corporations money. So I totally get that. I am a very uh, strong constitutional conservative. And what the Republican Party and what the Democrat Party is doing to our debt and everything else, I think is atrocious. I think the Republican Party needs to get back to their roots and balance the budget and do things that are good for our country and just go from there.
Would you say that Rand Paul would be a better choice since you listed things that fits his agenda better than Trump or DeSantis?
I like everything about I was not a Ron Paul person, but I think Rand Paul is kind of further to the right than his father. And I think, except for when it comes to the military, I agree with Rand Paul on many issues. But when it comes to the military and, protecting our own, like having people in, South Korea at the DMZ, I think that's a good thing. Rand Paul does not. So, I probably agree with him on a lot of things except for certain issues. And is that a deal breaker? Yeah, it kind of is.
Fair enough, and I appreciate your insight. Judge, I'm sorry we kept you waiting as well.
I'm trying to remember what it is y'all called me back up to speak about.
Jason has a question for you. Jason?
Yeah, thank you. I felt like Barack Obama signed more executive orders and started that whole "I'm King" power thing. What do you think?
Well, he did. I think he kind of got the idea in part from Clinton's administration when Clinton decided to do the whole line item veto thing. So he decided to take a page from Clinton's book and get a little more creative and just do full on executive orders, legislation by executive orders, and just hope and pray that future Congresses would make it stick if the executive orders were popular. But the reality is an executive order only lasts or is only as good as the length of the current president's administration, and then the next president can come right back in and undo every last one of the last president's executive orders. They're not beholden to or bound to the previous administration's executive orders. So, they have to be careful what power they exercise with that pen, because you may have that pen and you may have that ability, but if you do have it and you do use it, and you make broad sweeping changes of any kind, no matter how beneficial they may be perceived to be to the public or to your base, the next guy that gets in office, if he's from the opposing party, could very well come in and just take all of those away. We saw it with Biden when he got in after Trump. He even said, on my first day in office, I'm going to undo every Trump executive order. He pretty much has done that. And you see the chaos that we're facing right now. The Keystone Pipeline, Anwar, the whole 9 yards. Everything that Trump tried to do to bring us to energy independence has been completely undone by Biden, and all within his first week in office. He did it. So, we have no one to blame but Biden for that. But we have the Congress, while Trump had a majority in the first bit of his term, for not making those things permanent, not having the backbone to make those things permanent, so that it could never be undone. We would have a greater, stronger economy today if they'd have just done those things and kept them as they were. But they were so beholden to the, so-called environmental lobby, or this lobby or that lobby or the other, or you name any group of lobbyists you want to that they were beholden to, but they were so beholden to them that they would not pass legislation to make those executive orders the law of the land. And in order for them to stick and be permanent, or at least require congressional change in order for them to change so that they will be at least semi-permanent, you have to codify that executive order, and that didn't happen. So they were vulnerable to the next administration. I don't think Trump thought he was only going to have 4 years in office. I think he thought he'd have 8, and therefore there'd be an impetus of Congress to do something about making it more permanent, because the public would have gotten used to the benefits of those executive orders. But that didn't happen.
So, Judge, did I get you right that none of the executive orders are time sensitive and they can be extended past the next administration?
Well, an executive order is only good for the term of the president who signs it. It can be renewed by the next president if that president deems it to be beneficial, but he does not have to. He can, some of them do oftentimes renew them and keep them going, but if it's that beneficial to the country, the legislative branch should pick it up, that is the Congress, and should make it law, whether it's, temporary in nature, or whether it's, springing and requires reauthorization is what they normally will call it. But they shouldn't leave it to the whims of the next administration to just with the stroke of a pen get rid of it. I also want to touch on the comment that all of the rancor that we see now began during this administration or that. I'm old enough, and many of you in here, I don't know if any of you in here are older than me or not, but I've been observing politics from a very young age. And at my current age, I'm old enough to tell you that I can remember the Reagan administration, and I can remember the first Bush administration and the Clinton administration. And the real rancor began in American politics to the extent that we see it today with the media during the Clinton administration, because they were so enraged that the so-called moral majority and those of us who were on the conservative side just could not look past Clinton's moral flaws while he was in office, because they wanted Clinton to succeed at all costs, and they wanted all that stuff to be forgotten about and swept under the rug. But even during that time, his media, which favored him and propped him up, was reporting on all this sensational stuff he was doing that no president had ever been caught doing while in office. They couldn't ignore it, and it had to hit the headlines. So, I recall from back then, that's when the rancor began, and it's the media to blame. It's not the political parties. And so it's because they didn't want any ill spoke of him. They wanted him to be the golden boy, and they wanted him, and then it carried on even further into partisanship between the parties, because as his successor, who was George W. Bush, got into office, and we wanted him to be able to succeed, the media just piled on him even worse, because they said, if Clinton couldn't be left alone, then we're going to pile on this guy, and we're going to paint him out to be some kind of a demon. And with each successive administration, it's kind of we're going to get back at this one, we're going to get back at that one, we're going to get back at this one even worse. And so, it's successfully gone downhill and gotten tremendously worse with each following administration. And if you go back and look, you'll see, because they treated Reagan pretty decent. They treated
I agree with that.
pretty decent. And as you've gotten to, I think Reagan is probably the last of the modern presidents that really got treated truly respectfully. He probably George H.W. Bush up to a point, but they got to a point toward the end of of George H.W. Bush's term where they started getting a little snarky with him too.
Exactly right. I remember that period very well. That's when I was really paying attention. And I think you would concede my point that the media went to a whole nother level during the Bush Jr. regime, and the protests went to a whole nother level. The Iraq protests broke records, and then the big bankster bailout was a huge turning point in our society, and really the bait and switch from Afghanistan to Iraq was devastating as well. And you're right, every administration since then has gotten worse in the sense of how much we're at each other's throats, how the civil discourse has waned, and how the partisanship on the channels has really fueled that. And I think in 2000s also, you had guys like Keith Olbermann really successfully roasting Bush Jr. and that created a whole new culture as well. And we see that today with BSNBC and the Fix News Channel and so forth. And our co-host Katz wants to say something.
Yeah, actually, I have stats on executive orders if you want me to cover those real quick.
That would be real interesting, actually. I'm dying to know, actually.
Okay. All right, here it comes. All right, so I'm going to start with Ronald Reagan. So he had 381. George Bush, 166. Clinton, 364. George W. Bush, 291. Obama, 276. Trump, 220. Biden, and this is through June 20th of this year, 92.
Jarah, I saw your hand up for a long while, and then it looked like it went down because you tried to speak. Do you want to speak now?
Yeah. I mean, I was just thinking about a couple of things. Kind of lost my train of thought there. You can let somebody else go ahead first. It's gonna come back to me.
Jeannie, you're up.
It's obvious everybody, since before Reagan, does executive orders. And that's something Congress should do. I think they just snuck them in there. And, if Congress can't decide to do that, then just, let it be. I think that's what started the immigration stuff with Obama when he started talking DACA. And yep, we got to let those guys in, those poor children who don't have families at home, which is a lie because most of them do. And I think it depends on what the executive order is about. Whether but Congress should act on those if they're strong enough. Their party. That an executive order, they should take it through Congress, and they choose not to because I think they're scared.
I definitely want to see better executive orders myself. I would like to see them use it for the cities taking care of homelessness. They could roll FEMA in for mobile health clinics in places like Skid Row here in Los Angeles. So there's definitely a place for it, but like everything else, it's used for ill-gotten gains, I should say, and not for the public trust. So, Jarah, are you ready to?
Yeah, I'm just I was thinking here. I was wondering what everybody kind of thought with the what some of the main problems are with our government, with our system, the way it works today. I was wondering what people thought here. I was trying to get an idea of what this group here, because I haven't been here. Hello to everybody. And I was just curious what everyone thought. Like, what are some of the major problems? I have some ideas as to what is causing some of these problems within the system that's been created. I think that we kind of have this. I don't know what the gentleman's name was. I don't know if there was Judge that was speaking last. Was it Judge?
Yes, it was. He's got a South Carolina accent.
Yeah, right. Right. It was very accurate with how, over the years, there's definitely been increased scrutiny and kind of like this kind of sabotage and get back. And I noticed that maybe something. I don't know if it's something we don't look at, or maybe we not. It's not part of the discussion at this point. But you know, how long have other countries been interfering with our political processes, right? Because when I look at the current situation today, of course, being ahead in the game of capitalism, which is not a nice game at all, it's going to create adversaries, and we've always had adversaries, and that never stops, right? So, I get to thinking, how much interference has been going on, from other countries in terms of, paying money to interfere in our political process, to stoke some of these divisions. And because now, because of the technology we have available, we're able to actually see some of the methods that, and I'm not trying to be like, I don't want to call it, what is it, xenophobic, or, kind of like just anti other cultures and other groups or anything. I'm not that way. I'm just looking at it in a national sense. You see countries like China who have developed groups that are called, I think they have a group called, they dubbed the name 50 Cent or something like that, where they pay hackers like 50 cents a message if they go into internet spaces where Americans are, and leave to all types of propaganda. Then you have Russian hackers and Russian who are paid to do the same thing, to have influences on our media. But obviously, early 2000s is pre-social media, before social media. But just imagine what other methods they could have used. I mean, they could have used media, newspaper. They could have used articles, journalists. Other methods things that we were more susceptible to back then in the early 2000s or 90s. And those things actually work in terms of swaying the public's opinion. They actually do work, if you're able to do it effectively. And it just makes me think. It makes me wonder how many people have maybe considered that or thought about that.
Well, as far as our major problems go, I would say the Federal Reserve Bank, as Ron Paul said, has created every boom and bust. So maybe that's the big banksters. Maybe that's number one. The biggest problem we have. We've pumped out 40% of our currency in our entire history in the past few years. So whenever that's going to happen, they knew the public was going to suffer. And the corporatists, the Vanguards, the BlackRocks, the other giant equity firms, they're probably right up there with the big banksters, because they own a percentage of every major corporation you can think of. Go to Google Finance, pump in any major corporation you can think of, and one of the top four, Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street, Berkshire Hathaway, will own a chunk of it. Then there's taxation. The corporate powers find ways to write things off and put in tax shelters and foundations, and meanwhile the John Q public is getting squeezed as much as they can. The pandemic was a good example of how they'll use a disaster to fearmonger us and steal as many taxpayer dollars as they can in the process. The military-industrial complex is a huge discretionary spending problem. We could be using that money for better things like infrastructure and social programs, in my opinion. Then there's the greenwashing, the environmentalist concerns. A lot of the stuff is lateral moves, like electric cars. We give subsidies to oil companies to do environmental, new alternative fuels and cleanups, and they don't even use it for the purpose I could go on and on, but basically, we're not a vigilant public, and we've allowed these corporatists to take over our elections and government process from local to state to federal, and a lot of us feel like, we can't be bothered. We have to pay our bills and live our lives. So they've effectively made us into wage slaves. Johnny, I'm sure you have something to say about this. I know
you summed that
like
up
that.
well, but I was gonna initially, my first answer to that question was you can go back to the 90s in regards to foreign influence, and an Australian cat named Rupert Murdoch owned a huge portion of the media. And so, I've bitten the hand that feeds me before and got fired. So that's an aspect, right? We used to have a lot of our media at the time was he controlled it and he was outside. And that was sort of what, when CNN was still owned by Ted Turner, it was seen as we got one of our boys and he's a Southern boy and he's got his own media network that he built. But it gets into lobbying, which is an entire spider web in and of itself. And then you get into PACs. And so today it's much more amplified because, and I'm not even like, when the narrative first came out that the internet was swaying votes, I'm not so sure that it was, because the demographic that was using the internet at the time wasn't necessarily a huge voting demographic. It was younger generation during their younger age who were hating and I think that's always happened. 20 to 28-year-olds are always looking at their parents like their parents kind of screwed them over, and my parents are conservative, so I'm gonna be forward and liberal. And liberal used to kind of mean moving forward back in the day. Like Judge was saying, I remember when Reagan was shot, and that was what really drew me into politics. But I also had to write in second grade if I liked Ford over Carter and why. That was one of my homework assignments. My parents saved that, and it's in a scrapbook thing, and it's embarrassing. I wouldn't even reread it. But and I think, what was his name? Hoover, who was the old FBI director who went after the communists in the 50s, who was actually probably Hoover, right? So he'd probably be an admiral in the Navy.
You mean the guy who created COINTELPRO?
But so even back then, there was guys passing pamphlets at I'll put it this way. The internet has always existed. It just hasn't existed the way we use it today, digitally. It was underground networks and all of this. So from that aspect, there's always been quote unquote foreign influence. But the further that the printing press has gone to the blogging page, that interference has amplified. And the Paul Revere patriot movement of it has too, but it's now easy to squash that. And in the meantime, there's been all of these legal paragraphs, quote unquote, written to demonize people that really want 1776 kind of freedom and under a free market. Right. And we've gotten lost over generations in these words like capitalism versus this and that. We just free. I want the ability to trade, stay off my land, leave my kids alone. And why are you taxing me? Show me, you want $1,000? Okay, here it is. Where's it going? What am I paying for? We're putting a new bridge across the river. We're fixing all the potholes in the road. That stuff used to get done. And
we go to public referendums, and people
even to this day, Herk, and my local fire departments in the mountains where we've been on fire for the last 4 years, they're volunteer fire departments. And when it gets something beyond what we can manage with our volunteer stuff, we now like call the governor, and the governor goes, "Oh my God, half of the interstate mountainsides on fire, send federal reserves because this slows down interstate traffic too, and help us out here." So, and the police back in the day used to be volunteer departments, and they always hype up how company A would go start a fire in company B's district and then show up first to get paid. And there's always been this like kind of subversive mafioso involvement in all of these things. When you look back over history, I'm not like, because now we're all sitting on these spaces. You were saying it earlier, the most important election is local. Get in. Ron was saying that you can be, in 3 months time, you could probably be in charge of your Republican delegates if you ran for that office. And how many of these people run unopposed because none of us know this shit. So sorry. So it's been there forever. And the larger the amoeba has gotten, the larger that aspect has gotten. And to this day, where it's even more amplified, even if it's not real, even if it's just a scapegoat they can blame, Russian interference in our stuff, it's because ISPs are involved. And I used to live in Europe. I can't access web pages that are stored in my bookmarks because I'm coming in from an American ISP. And that happens all over the world. Like, the Chinese don't have access to certain information that we do, and vice versa. And that's country to country and across the planet. They're controlling this sort of web traffic. So I always take that, interference as two things. If you're dumb enough to let Facebook tell you how to vote, like peer pressure, why aren't you in drug rehab? And two, how I don't think it's as easy as they try and make us think it is. And visit a foreign country with your laptop and pull up your favorite bookmarks, and then be told, sorry, the ISP of this country can't access that page. And YouTube will do it. You're in the wrong country to watch this video, sorry. Like, what? But
John,
so it's always been
back to local election and governance, because I've been wanting to talk about the mass recall plan. Have I told you about that before?
Okay, I'm going to jump in now because you two have been going back and forth for the last 15 minutes, and I'm tired of it. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing?
Welcome, Nikki.
I thought that I needed mushrooms to be as, like, paranoid and out of it. And no, just listening to that for the last 15 minutes has definitely taken me there. I want some of whatever he's been smoking. There's a phrase that I love that gets used a lot, not a lot, but it should be used more often. When discussing other people's arguments, you can say, well, he's right, he's wrong. That monologue was what we like to call not even wrong. Like, there were so many just overlapping, to some degree contradictory it was
Can you have some examples?
It was almost incredible.
Can you have some examples for us of the contradictions?
What'd you say? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't. It was the. I mean, just the like mild conspiracy narrated in with massive like I loved the internet has existed forever, and is the like just the an understanding of some of this stuff at more than a surface level is wonderfully
Yeah,
helpful.
I'm saying as an information exchange.
Yeah, no, I understood what you meant.
You couldn't get on WW back then.
Yeah,
So
no,
you don't think that Rupert Murdoch, say in the 90s, would be considered foreign interference in our elections?
No.
Oh, that he absolutely had influence. He owned Fox, all those channels, all those media stations.
Sure.
He definitely had influence.
Yeah, no, it's an American company. It might be owned by foreign individuals, but it's very much an American company. There are plenty of foreign companies there are plenty of American companies that are owned by foreign individuals. That's the nature of the stock market.
They dictate the content. They dictate the content, though.
You don't think that constitutes potential foreign interference when the CEO of what we see as local
First off,
news.
he's not the CEO, he's the owner. Second off, foreign interference involves foreign persons taking illegal actions, running a news network, an American news network that is subject to American laws.
Oh, influence can only be illegal. Okay, gotcha.
That is what foreign interference is. You know,
that doesn't make much sense.
By the rules.
Influence is not only illegal. Influence is legal, illegal. It's influence. Influence doesn't have a legality to it.
So propaganda is legal today.
Yeah, we have laws that dictate how and who is allowed to engage in American electoral processes.
Wow.
Foreign influence is a very specific concept, and it doesn't apply to just like any random person.
So I'm not talking legal definitions. I'm talking as a person who goes down and votes and expects certain things, and my neighbors and yada, yada, yada on, right? Like civil contract shit that a lot of,
influence doesn't have to be made legal.
Today. The potential for propaganda to be dictated from the top down, whether you own it or not. And that was I've bitten the hand that feeds me and I get fired and I'm not eating anymore. So people were not going against Rupert Murdoch if the directive came from the top down. And if you've never been in a top down system, go down to the VA and talk to some of these bros that are locked in there.
I'd like to go to Jeannie now.
Just so you know, Rudolph, who I'm talking about, is an American citizen. He might have come from Australia, but he got his naturalized citizenship in 1985, which is probably before a lot of you were born. So he is an American. He didn't come from here, but there's a lot of other people that are in Congress that weren't born here that are even in Congress. So I'm not buying that argument one iota.
Buying what argument? That influence could come from abroad?
So what do you think of Omar being a representative and other foreigners? Do you think that should be outlawed?
No, obviously not. They're American citizens. You don't have to be born here to be a member of Congress. That's been in our laws since 1787. But more importantly, what bothers me, what is amusing to me about these sorts of conversations is like how facile they are. Like I know people who have a very detailed understanding of how the internet works and the ways in which propaganda have changed as a result of Web 1.0 versus Web 2.0 versus Web 3.0. Well, Web 3.0 doesn't really matter when it comes to that kind of stuff, but it's such bubblegum conspiracy that it just blows my mind because yes, there are serious concerns about propaganda, but we live in an age where five mostly American companies control most of what people see on the internet. And the reason that they do is because people don't want to read individual web pages. They don't want to go to your stupid website and look at your blog posts anymore. They want to go to Facebook. They want to go to Twitter. They want to go to YouTube. They want to go to Instagram. And that's it. People don't care enough to go seek out the open web, and that's why we lost it. And it's also a pain in the ass to build a website. People, so it's like I wish that people who had opinions about stuff like this actually learned about it before they went and started spouting off. But I
You
guess
know
that's
what's so crazy about that?
to
That's
ask.
also two things can be true, right? Because we could walk and chew gum at the same time, right? So, people can, these things can derive from people actually not wanting to do these things, and there's also such a thing as influence, right? So that's basic psychology. Human beings are easily influenced, and that's why companies pay so much to market their commercials to people, because people can be influenced when you keep putting something in front of somebody over and over and over again. That's basic psychology. That doesn't even require common sense. And sometimes when people come in with this kind of perspective of, oh, let me put this into a box and it can only be true if it's legal or not legal. No, influence has nothing to do with legality. It's just influence. And that's how human beings actually function. And that's why the vast majority of people are under the influence of a small amount of people who actually understand that. And if you never led anyone or led people in real life or owned a business in real life, then you might not understand that. Or maybe you just never, led people in general. Sometimes that's what happens when you don't lead people in real life.
But Harold's right in the sense that we are lazy and we haven't been vigilant, and that's why conglomerates can manipulate us so easily. And I think it's 6 corporations own 90% of what we see, read, and hear. So yeah, we're definitely getting greenwashed, gaslit, snowballed, and so forth. Jeannie, thanks for your patience again.
When you're on Twitter, you're the one who picks who you follow. And I pick people that appear to either agree with me. There's a lot of people that I followed for a while and I get rid of them because they are conspiracy theorists and I am a realist. I had a bunch of people attack me even last night on Twitter because they were 9/11 truthers. And I don't know how many people there are out there that are truthers, but they bug the holy mean crap out of me because I don't think the government would take down 2 towers. Can we
It's
show a
actually
show of
3
hands?
towers, though.
Okay, can we have a show of hands? How many people are actually truthers?
Well, I would say
I don't do all that nonsense. I just go with what's practical and what makes sense.
Well, I would
I would
counter.
say that
How
we
many
need an
people are
investigation.
narrativists? Who follows the narrative?
I don't rule out things. I go what makes sense. That's what I find has guided me for the majority of my life, and it's worked out pretty good. So going with what makes sense. When you tend to go with the crowd or go with these narratives and use critical thinking skills. Look at situations. If something doesn't make sense, then it might not. Something might be odd going on there. You know what I mean? But in the end, what is the result? What's the end result? What did it mean? What purpose did it cause? What purpose did it serve? Did it affect me? I'm not going to talk on and on and on about conspiracy or something like that if it has no point to it or it has no effect on my life or no bearings on anything that happens to me. So I don't even bother with that stuff unless it's really practical or it makes sense to keep talking about it.
And I'm going to jump in there real quick and say that I agree with Jarah on that. People talk about the towers being, the government having this and that to do with it. And I'm not going to, I don't go there because what does that have to, I agree. What's practical? What's in the here and now? So Jarah, you bring up a very good point there, my friend, on that. And I agree with you on that. We got to stick with the here and the now in a lot of ways. And there are I know people that have this whole conspiracy driven up about the government and stuff. And I just don't have time to try to jump into that narrative with them. You know what I mean? So go ahead, Herk.
Right.
But shouldn't politicians be committed to finding out the truth? And
of course,
if there's questions, shouldn't we have a commission to actually
investigate
find out what really happened? Because the first one was a political sideshow, much like the January 6th is being used as a political theater to score points. Max, you had your hand up first.
I did, and I want to thank you guys for the space. Jason, you always do such a good job I appreciate being able to speak. The thing about conspiracy theorists, people, especially the 9/11 truthers, that bothers me the most is they're all demolition experts or airplane experts who speak, and they're not. I mean, they're like, but the tower fell the wrong way, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, you know what, you're not a demolition expert. You have no idea what you're talking about. I watched lots of demolition films, and what happened to the towers? It wasn't even similar. So and they're like, well, the planes couldn't heat it up enough to heat, blah blah blah. I'm like, you have no idea what you're talking about. So that's the kind of stuff that irks me the most, and that's why I don't listen to them 99% of the time. I'm just going to listen in now. Thanks, guys.
Go ahead, Jeannie, and then I'll jump in.
My point was people that are into conspiracy theories about one thing usually fall into that same category on every other issue because they're always looking for something that isn't right versus what probably actually happened. And I don't listen to them. I mean, that's the noise I cut out. That's all I was trying to say. Whether you agree with it or not, that's fine, but I don't want to listen to your noise.
My thing is that, I've never met someone, never in my life, who holds really controversial conspiratorial beliefs on a number of issues and then doesn't talk about it to other people constantly. Like, there are lots of people who hold very mainstream views on stuff and they don't talk about those mainstream views. But people who are into conspiracy theories love to talk about the conspiracy theories that they're into. They don't just privately believe these things. It's I won't say it's a performance act, but it's something that you do because it gives you something to talk about and seems smarter than other people. And I say this as someone who has a close relative who spent 25 years obsessed with the Kennedy assassination. And that absolutely influenced my views of conspiracy theories because this person could have spent that time, I don't know, caring about his family. And instead, he researched the same conspiracy theory for 25 years and never figured anything out about it. But, that was a good use of his time. And I think that, that kind of activity that goes on and on and on and never accomplishes anything, but it feels good to engage in. People love going to conventions and discussing their favorite conspiracy theories and sharing their research because it makes them feel interesting. It makes them feel important. And the real hard stuff when it comes to like historical research on this stuff, it's not sexy. Nobody reads. Nobody cares about, the conspiracies behind who started World War I. There's plenty of there's plenty of interesting history to go out and research. It's only the stuff that makes people feel special that really turns into a conspiracy theory because it sets people apart. Do I think there are conspiracies in government? Sure. The Manhattan Project was a conspiracy until it became public. MK Ultra was a conspiracy. There were absolutely secret projects that have been done by government throughout time in order to accomplish something that it thought was important. Some of them were great, some of them were terrible. That's the nature of government. There are probably some going on right now. The amount of obsession that you see in some corners of the crackpot internet to this stuff is really disturbing, and I feel for the families of the people who spend their time focused on it rather than the stuff in life that actually matters.
Well, that was a great point that there are many conspiracies now known, probably more than 36 at this point, major ones that we can study instead of the ones that are far-fetched. Jarah, your turn.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, we definitely have the point you were making earlier, Herk. I think that is important, which brings it back to being practical, which is if there's something like that, or if there's a question about something, yeah, we should definitely have. I think I forgot what it was. You said some kind of group or investigative groups that should, come together and investigate those incidents, and in a really kind of a formal way, and then come to a conclusion about it.
Commissions usually are just political sideshows. So yeah,
yeah, we need some real,
commission. Yeah, of course.
right. I'm suggesting something, obviously not a sideshow, but it'd be good to have something like that to look into things. I mean, oversight's always been a problem in the United States government anyway. Uh, I could get into so much stuff when it comes to that. I have some suggestions on how to maybe fix that, but I see a lot of hands up. But I'll say this. When it comes to conspiracies, for me, I just like I don't like to engage in that because obviously, just because like the gentleman, whoever was speaking before, I think it was Harold, look how turned off people get to these things. If you have a major point or something important to talk about, or maybe there really is a problem with something, I think it's best to address it in a way that makes sense and not to just spout out theories with paranoia instead of something maybe with suspicion, because suspicion is quite different from paranoia. Paranoia is like an unreasonable suspicion, where suspicion has some kind of rooted in some kind of fact, or something is there to create the suspicion. And so, there's a big difference in the way people present these things, in a way they're discussed. For example, something like the Tuskegee experiments, where people were largely told that they were, paranoid or whatever. Or they're just, but yet they took United States government was, infecting African American males with syphilis and not telling them what they did, and harmed a lot of families. Actually, my grandmother's brother was a victim of that. And this is the reality. This was an actual conspiracy, but it was actually real. They were actually experimenting on human beings in the United States of America. And so, sometimes it is important to investigate and look into these things, but, based on the facts, though, not to just throw out wild things like, I'm trying to think of like a crazy one. Like when people were saying, "Oh, the vaccine, it'll change you into a different type of," people were saying all types of stuff, like it's going to change your body into a different type of animal. I've heard some wacky stuff. And
yeah, we have to have discernment to see, as a society, which ones are a waste of time.
Right. It just wasn't based
about the Great Reset theory, for instance.
Right. Right.
And out there.
And I'll close with this. I see the hands up. I'll just say, in terms of that, the vaccine, it's like, people also shouldn't, become so influenced by the suggestion that everything is okay, everything's all right. It is okay to question, because obviously some of the most vaccine hesitant people were amongst the highly educated, people who had degrees, people who were who understood the science. And there were also obviously some of the most vaccine hesitant were people who who weren't very educated at all. So there was a lot of when you look at it, it's okay to question something and wonder what effect something's going to have on you. I'm not going to ramble on, let somebody else go.
Yeah, to the point that Rand Paul did us a service by demanding a commission into Wuhan, and
right. It's good to just.
And the fact that Congress brushed it aside tells us something, that they have something to hide. And what are we doing in labs, and especially in Ukraine,
right?
There have been a lot of accusations. So, to Harold's point, There are conspiracies that are a waste of time, like the Great Reset. There's nothing we can do about things like that. But there are stuff that, like things like the Bilderberg Group, for instance, that we should be paying attention to. So we have to use our discernment to, when we're getting gaslit, when we're it's misdirected energy. And I wanted to get to Johnny. You've been patient.
Well, and I think also to when you get to declassification, because given the natives' blankets covered in smallpox was a conspiracy theory, and a lot of these people that I think Nick was referencing are like crackheads who found conspiracies instead of crack, right? And they're OCD on this shit, and they think, and these things that were mentioned, Tuskegee, smallpox blanket, when something becomes declassified in that time frame from the event to declassification, there's people who think they're critically thinking who are like, call out the imperfections. And there's no shortage. There's no one concept as counter narrative concept to 9/11. There's like 37 different ones. And that becomes the problem until declassification happens sometimes in the future. So I get what you're saying. I know those people. I look at it like if you can't handle my psilocybin flow, that's on you. But foreign influence has been happening in many ways for many decades. And on the psychological level, not the legal terminology for what politicians can do, which is why I also mentioned lobbyists and PACs. And we need more transparency in our government officials who have sworn an oath to the Constitution. I don't know if anybody listening here has ever done that. I would guess Nikki hasn't, based on his attitude and coming at me the way he did. But if you're a soldier and you break your oath, you pay consequences. If you're a senator, congressperson, or president who breaks your oath, it's like, oh well, look the other way.
Right.
And
It's like a
Rupert
250.
Murdoch runs the story.
Wasn't there like a $250 fine or something like that? It's like some small fine if congressmen or senators get caught insider trading. What's the fine? It's like,
Yeah, but I'm not even talking about insider trading.
no, I was just
you
talking about
swear an
somebody
oath
breaking
to the
their oath. That's all.
Constitution of the United States.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm just talking about breaking your oath as a.
Right. So I'm gonna go. Should I pay $250 to make 32 million on some insider trading info I have?
Right.
You know
Actually,
what? Those are
Congress-
called hedge funders. They do it every second of every day.
It's not even illegal, actually. There's nothing.
Wow.
But it should be. And it's not
they're trying to
illegal
pass a
because
law
they
to
wrote
make it
rules for
legal.
themselves. And that's what they have broken their oaths to the Constitution. End of story.
Yeah. And if the voters cared enough about it, the practice would be banned, but they don't.
Why don't they?
Why don't they?
Because do you think Facebook posts influence the way people pull the cord in the ballot box?
Well, there's too many factors to go into why don't they, and we have hands. So I appreciate the dialogue, but we're winding down. Jeannie, your turn.
I was just going to say the biggest conspiracy theory just in the last few years had to have been the Russian hoax.
Yeah, and Reality Winner tried to smuggle some documents out, and she got burned by the intercepts. And apparently, they had something to do with information she wanted us to know directly involved with that. So, yeah, there's something there that deserves a commission as well. Too varied. Welcome to the space.
Thank you for having me on. I guess, a lot of my friends have dubbed me a conspiracy theorist. I do not trust the government. I think they are terrorists. And it's time for the American people to stop being pansies. Uh, Again, they have destroyed our country in the past 2 years. The rich have gotten richer, we've gotten poorer, and the Great Reset is happening. I think there is a push for cryptocurrency, these digital things. Um, I am a believer in and follower of Christ, so I believe that the mark of the beast is actually coming, and what we're actually experiencing is the a lot of leaders are resigning. I see that Jarah is laughing, but
No.
um,
When you said the mark of the beast, you got me. I'm not gonna lie, you got me a little bit with that one.
well, yeah. The digital currency and the stuff is coming in, and we are going to be introduced to the Antichrist. You see, like all of these leaders in other countries are resigning, and the Antichrist comes in perilous times, and a lot of people are fighting back, and the Antichrist comes into power as a savior. So he's going to come in. He's not going to be a villain in the beginning, or so we think. He's going to come in, or she will come in and resolve a lot of these issues, and people are going to love him or her. And then they begin. So 3.5 years, then they start um, recanting on a lot of their promises, and then we really start to see them for who they are. And yeah, the vaccine. I am just completely I'm not against Western medicine, but I just think of the children who's been at risk and of COVID, which was created in a lab, as well as the vaccine, which they have lied about everything. And it is time for the American people to stand up and not just get a check written. I want to see heads roll. Literally, we're gonna
Can I
experience.
can I
Go,
ask a
yeah,
question?
yeah.
My question is,
We're
the
closing down soon, so
mark.
I'm pulling the plug soon. So let's get winding down. Go ahead, Jarah. You could say something, then Harold, and then
I got you. I
um,
got you.
yeah, you're awesome. No problem, man.
All right. All right. Appreciate you, man. For holding the space in the first place too. Appreciate that. I was gonna say, my question is the market of the beast thing, right? So, all right. So, what can you explain? What is the market of the beast, and why should I be concerned? Like, how does that directly impact me? The market of the
Um,
beast.
so you will not be able to participate in society without this mark, and it will be. I'm assuming it's going to be something
You
electronic
you
based.
cannot buy, sell, or trade without a mark either on your hand, wrist, or in between your two eyes, biblically. And if you're gonna say, as someone did earlier, like you got to read history, if nothing else, you have to look at the Bible as history. And I'm not like a Christian person of faith saying this. That like our lines are crashing the things that are going on right now, if they haven't made you look back at biblical scripture and be like, why is this happening this way? Even if you think Christians are like crazy conspiracy theorist nutters, there's like, which actually, like, yeah,
The
I
digital.
got a PhD in conspiracy theories. I don't run out and spout them to everybody, and I didn't use all that verbiage, but the mark of the beast is something that you will not be able to buy, sell, or trade unless you have, and it's going to either be imprinted on the wrist of your right arm or somewhere between,
There's a number of ways they could do
covering your third eye.
they wanted to, and I've seen that chip actually being used already to buy stuff. And the digital ID is something that's being pushed by various countries because their elected officials are involved in it. The UK and India are two countries, for instance, that are pushing it heavily. Ottawa, I'm sure you have something to say about that as well.
Well, let's I'm sorry, Herc. I just want to. I don't want to go past midnight tonight, but I want to say that Herk is our co-host regularly. He'll be co-host again in a couple weeks on August 3rd. We love Herk here, and we have different opinions a lot of times, but you know, we have a motto here in the Conservative Political Forum, and we want to get along and learn of opinions. Sometimes the overtime hour is different, and tonight was a little bit different than we're used to, and that's fine. I love what Herk was doing. Harold had his hand up. I don't know if you want to call on him, and then you can. Then we'll close down. If you want to give final thoughts, I'm going to close this, or I'm going to close in prayer. Let Kat say a couple things, and we're open every Wednesday. I just want to promote us before anybody leaves. We're open every Wednesday, usually from 8 to 11, and then sometimes we go a little longer. We always have an overtime hour, and Herk is one of our regular co-hosts. Love Herk. He's awesome. So go ahead, Herk, and kind of close it out, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, basically, I wanted to.
You guys forgot Harold.
Yeah, I wanted to do Ottawa's rebuttal to what we were saying about the digital IDs, and this stuff is really happening. We're not making this up. Countries are pushing it, and certain wealthy individuals. Go ahead.
So, I personally have used a digital ID for the last 2 years. And I've used it pretty much entirely so that I don't have to get my wallet out when I'm already on my phone and I am, getting ready to go into a ball. And it is a meaningfully simpler option to just open an app and show that to somebody. What even better would be just to be able to tap and get that. I'm not unaware of the privacy concerns involved in some of those transactions. And by transactions, I mean interactions, digital interactions. When you're showing or scanning your ID, and it's definitely something that we have to ensure that as these technologies get rolled out, that they're conscientious of privacy. But in the same way that being able to send money online is a hell of a lot nicer than having to, carry a bunch of cash to somebody to pay them. It's wonderful to be able to have a copy of your ID that you can't lose nearly as easily as many of us, myself included, have when you're traveling or something like that. And to be able to show it more simply and to be able to show it without certain bits of personally identifiable information like your birthday, like your birthday, but like your address and stuff like that. At least for the one here in Colorado, you can literally show a bartender your ID, but only show them your name and your birth date, not show them, like your address and stuff like that. So I think that, technology is a tool, and it's a tool that we benefit from if we use it properly, and it's a tool that we are harmed by if we use it improperly or if we let others use it improperly. But at the end of the day, it's a tool. And so the question shouldn't be, is this thing good or bad? It's, is the way that we are using it, is the way that we are implementing it good or bad?
Excellent, excellent point. The digital ID, for instance, it's being thought of in conjunction with a social credit score, and we know the sinister motives for that. So you guys were successfully part of a social experiment today where I did my room basically in Jason's space, and didn't have to bounce anybody. Nobody talked over one another or called each other names. There was a little spat between Harold and Johnny, but that was relatively mild. And Jason was worried that some of the more radical elements, like the communists, would start trouble. But that was the point of the space, to have conservatives not be in an echo chamber. And usually I'm one of like a couple or 3 or 4, maybe at the most, left people in the room. So I got more of my followers in tonight with various ideologies. A lot of them were in the center, actually. So I thought it was a nice melting pot, and I want to thank everybody for their contributions. And I'm curious what Katz has to say. She was so quiet. Um, can you give us some thoughts about what you heard this past couple hours?
Sure, Herc. Thanks, and you did a wonderful job as always. It was interesting. It was different, and yeah, as you mentioned, there was a couple light spats, but those were handled well, and we moved on to continuing discussion. Um, I was kind of losing some of my brain cells. I told Jason they ran out the back door, and I couldn't find them. Just kind of, I don't know. Some days you don't last as long as others mentally. We had a good session earlier for those that were with us for the education. We talked about media brainwashing. I thought that was a really good session. And our headlines, we kind of ended up getting back on the who should run for president next theme, which we all seem to love to talk about. We'll see what happens there. And I'm proud of our new slogan, that we are the conservative political forum where everyone has differing opinions, but we work to find common ground. And that's something I've said for a long time, is that I mourn the passing of agree to disagree. I have thought for a long time, what in the world happened to that? Because it just seems like people cannot live harmoniously with having a different opinion, but it can be done. It's possible. And I just, keep hope that we'll be able to get to that point again. And, listen to what other people have to say. We don't have to agree with them. We don't need to call them names. They don't need to call us names or labeling or any of that. We can just live in harmony because we're all a part of the human race. And just thank everyone for coming. I appreciate our new people. Hope that you'll come back and maybe want to speak next time. That would be awesome. Thanks to our wonderful host, Jason, who always does such a fantastic job with his calming influence. I appreciate that, and I'm proud to be a part of this. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Kat. I want to thank everybody who is Herc's friends that came in. Jarah, I always appreciate you. I know we don't always get on the same page, but you know what, man? I love that we can come and find common ground, bro.
Hey, Jason, it's Jarah.
Jarah. I'm sorry. I didn't say I was perfect.
You good.
I'll get it right, bro. I will get it right someday. I'm so sorry,
good.
bro.
You just added an I. That's all.
Jarah, I'm so sorry, bro. I feel bad. I brutalize names all the time. I hate it.
That's all
I'll work on it, but that's something I can keep working on. Ask Jeannie. I was calling her Janine when I first met her a few months ago. She's like, it's Jeannie. Oh, I'm sorry. So, but no, I want to thank everyone for being here, because of this space continues to grow. Herc will be a regular when he's available. He might take some time away, but we have Herc here because we do like to have different opinions here. And Herc and I have a lot we agree on, and we have a lot we don't. So, and that's on purpose, guys. I want to be a place for people to have, a safe conversation and still get along and be able to work things out. And so, Herc is definitely on our long list of regular co-hosts. Kat and I've talked about that. We love having him here. So you'll see him a lot here, guys. But anyways, let me promote a couple things and then we will pray. If you're not into prayer, you can leave. But I always pray to close my spaces out because we all, I feel like we all could use the Lord helping us through stuff. So with that being said, we are the Conservative Political Forum. We are on Rumble and YouTube. When this space closes, it will go to a company in Tel Aviv, and they're going to be getting it ready for YouTube. And then I think one of our other people that's on our team puts it on Rumble. So we're on YouTube and Rumble. If you have any questions, you can email us at the conservativepoliticalforum@gmail.com. And we will try to answer your emails in a timely manner and get back to you. And so we're really happy to have you guys here as you guys help us to be a better room. And I mean that. I host another space once in a while called Late Night Garage on the weekends. Harold, real quick, is this trivia weekend? Can we do that on Saturday? Are you available?
I don't know if I'll have enough of ready by that time. I've just got a lot of crap at work this week, but
we can push it up another week.
Do my best, but I'd rather, I think, punt it to the 31st.
Let's do that. Okay, that'll work. Sweet. Now we'll do that. So we do a trivia night once every 2 or 3 weeks. Nikki does a great job of putting that together, so he will be a part of it, and that just brings all of us together. And it's trivia. It's going to be all kinds of trivia now. We've talked about that. And so you all are welcome to come to that. It's a Late Night Garage on the weekends. But that being said, thank you all for being here. I look forward to seeing you at the Conservative Political Forum. We are every Wednesday night. Father God, I thank you for everybody in this room. I pray you bless them. I pray they sleep well. I pray for health. I just thank you, Lord, that nobody is sick or no sickness can come on anybody. We just thank you, Lord, that no weapon formed against anybody in this room shall prosper, God. You are our King. You are the one that created this earth. We may not agree on everything, but we are together to unify, and we thank you, God, that you have put us together in this room to be able to have good, constructive conversations. In your mighty name we pray. Amen. Jeannie?
I just want to say I probably won't be with you for a week or so because I'm going to California and soak up the sun in sunny Santa Monica. So I just need a vacation. Now's the time, and I'm taking it.
Good.
Have a good time, Jeannie.
We'll miss you, but still have fun. Jarah, I got your name, buddy. Jarah, right?
All right. Yep. You got it. All right. No worries. Later, Jason, Herk, everyone, Katz. Appreciate y'all.
All right. See you next week.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Easy, y'all.